Chapter 2064. After 5 transformations, the power of the heavenly Tao and laws would be completely suppressed by the power of evil. The divine sun, the source of all things, would also be infected. P is almost equal to the sunlight released by the divine sun, no longer contained the essence of pure yang that nourished all things in the world. Instead, it contained the power of evil and was counted as an evil sun in all the worlds. P is almost equal to, after this transformation, the divine sun would be even more corrosive. P is almost equal to the divine sun was the source of survival for all life forms. If it was corroded again, who knew how many lives would perish because of it? A calamity that would plunge all life into misery and suffering was unavoidable. P is almost equal to not only that. P is almost equal to everything in the world, and the laws of the heavenly Tao would change greatly. Even the entire heavenly Tao would change. P is almost equal to, after 6 transformations, 7 evil suns would appear in the sky. A calamity would engulf all the worlds. P is almost equal to what Mo Tiangong had said before was finally confirmed, causing Su Fong to sink into despair. P is almost equal to the heavens will die, the 3 worlds will perish. Su Fong smiled bitterly. He didn't expect that what the undead lord had said in the great world back then would actually become reality. P is almost equal to Su Fong. It's too late to be afraid now. You won't be able to escape this time. Just obediently be suppressed by this young master. P is almost equal to when Ji Wuji saw Su Fong's expression. He thought that Su Fong had fallen into despair because he knew that he couldn't resist and couldn't help but smile coldly. P is almost equal to suddenly. P and APG Wuji also sensed something, and the divine light around him instantly changed. P is almost equal to, in the next moment. P is almost equal to an astonishing power of transformation suddenly surged into the land of the resting gods from the outside world, filling every inch of space. P is almost equal to not only that. P is almost equal to the natural spiritual energy of the world was quickly suppressed and even polluted into a deathly aura. Even the laws of the heavenly Tao were instantly changed by the evil power of transformation. P is almost equal to it gave people the feeling that the heavens had completely changed. P is almost equal to Ji Wuji had obtained the cultivation and inheritance imprint of an area lord. He had fused with a portion of the essence of the land of the resting gods and gained some ability to control the land of the resting gods. P is almost equal to at this moment, due to the natural spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and even the heavenly Tao being corroded by the evil power, this ability to control was greatly reduced. P is almost equal to the shackles of space around Su Fong shattered layer by layer, turning into a deathly aura that drifted in the air. P is almost equal to roar. Roar. P is almost equal to all the resurrected experts in the land of God's resting souls flew out of the God's tomb and roared excitedly, as if they were waiting for something. P is almost equal to the power of mutation swept through and impacted Su Fong's body both inside and outside. P is almost equal to suddenly. P is almost equal to the dragon bird let out a resounding cry that resounded through the heavens and earth. It came from Su Fong's body, and then a divine power of the sun swept out, sweeping away the surrounding deathly aura. P is almost equal to at the same time. P is almost equal to Su Fong suddenly felt a huge explosion in his body. P is almost equal to the commotion did not come from elsewhere, but from the heaven and earth Tao Palace. P is almost equal to the 63rd meridian that was being attacked, was brewing an astonishing aura. It was actually about to be successfully born under the impact of the power of the mutation of heaven and earth. P is almost equal to the 63rd yang meridian was actually born at this time. P is almost equal to Su Fong was very surprised. P is almost equal to the 5th transformation happened to coincide with the 5th mutation of heaven and earth. The sixth transformation took a long time to go from the great world to the myriad worlds. P is almost equal to the seventh transformation took an even longer time. He did not expect that the opportunity for the birth of the 63rd yang meridian was brought about by the mutation of heaven and earth. P is almost equal to the 9 suns, 9 transformations. Could it be related to the mutation of heaven and earth? P is almost equal to Su Fong was pleasantly surprised, but a huge doubt arose in his heart. P is almost equal to the changes in Su Fong's body. First, the dragon bird's cry, releasing a divine power of pure yang, followed by a majestic explosion of yang qi, were all sensed by Jiwuji. P is almost equal to Jiwuji had a strong premonition that an astonishing transformation was about to occur in Su Fong's body. P is almost equal to the shock in his heart caused by the mutation of heaven and earth was replaced by a strong killing intent. This person must not be allowed to live. Even if I can't shackle him and cultivate his seventh body, I must kill him and eliminate all future troubles. P is almost equal to with that thought in mind. Jiwuji's body trembled. P is almost equal to Jiwuji unleashed a shocking seal. P is almost equal to heavenly music vibrated, and the power of time filled the air. The power of the heavenly Tao was activated. Under the effect of the great Tao of time, the power of the heavenly Tao came crashing down on Su Fong while Jiwuji was still forming seals. P is almost equal to also know a little bit of the great Tao of time. Time flies, arrow of time. P is almost equal to Su Fong smiled domineeringly. Suddenly, he formed a seal, and the aura of the great Tao of time exploded. P is almost equal to the power of time transformed into 2 strands of yin and yang energy, one black and one white. They condensed into an arrow that was about a meter long. It left a trail of light behind it, and it carried with it a shocking aura that could annihilate time and space. P is almost equal to Qi. Qi. P is almost equal to the arrow of time exploded with a mysterious and incomparably powerful power of annihilation. Under the power of time, Jiwuji's heavenly music attack shattered layer by layer and turned into nothingness. P is almost equal to, however, Su Fong was still affected by the aftershocks, and his body was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. P is almost equal to, as expected, you have mastered the great Tao of time. Looks like you really do have some connection with the remnants of a Shu clan. Then all the more I can't let you go. P is almost equal to Jiwuji raised his eyebrows, and a cold light shot out of his eyes. He was about to chase after Su Fong. P is almost equal to, however, in the next moment, his divine light changed again. P is almost equal to a resurrected, powerful being with a sinister aura suddenly appeared behind him, carrying with it the power of time. P is almost equal to Su Fong had used the great Tao of time to reverse time for the undead lord. He appeared behind Jiwuji in an instant, and a fierce aura of death burst out of his eyes, sweeping toward the back of Jiwuji's head. P is almost equal to Jiwuji's body swayed, and he used the power of the world of the resting land to teleport 1,000 feet away, barely avoiding the fatal blow. P is almost equal to Su Fong actually controls a resurrected, powerful being comparable to a mid-level supreme god. Jiwuji was shocked. P is almost equal to at this moment. The undead lord let loose an enraged roar, and countless resurrected powerful beings charged toward Jiwuji like a massive wave. P is almost equal to my first body. This resurrected, powerful being actually devoured my first body. P is almost equal to Jiwuji saw that the undead lord's face was somewhat similar to his, and he also sensed the undead lord's aura. He was instantly shocked and angry, and he activated the power of the world of the resting land and started an earth-shattering battle with the undead lord and the other resurrected powerful beings. P is almost equal to Su Fong, on the other hand, activated the Heaven's Secret Life shrinking technique and concealed his aura as he rushed toward the tomb below the cemetery. P is almost equal to the heavily injured Ao Cheongtian was instantly devoured by the army of resurrected powerful beings. The number one prodigy of the Blue Dome star field was truly unlucky. He was actually devoured by the resurrected powerful beings to the point that not even a trace of him was left. P is almost equal to the entire resting land of the resting land was in chaos. P is almost equal to the moment Su Fong entered the tomb. He immediately entered the stone coffin and activated the heaven-concealing star flag to cover the entire stone coffin. He then released the 9 Yang divine fire to burn away all the death aura within the stone coffin. P is almost equal to, who cares if the heavens and earth are turned upside down? Increasing my strength is the most important thing. Once I reach the 7th transformation, I will be even more powerful. Only then will I be able to fight for a chance to survive this calamity. P is almost equal to Su Fong calmed his breathing and immediately sat down cross-legged. He sealed the world tree and gathered all the yin and yang energy of the world of the resting land of the resting land of the resting land to attack the 63rd Yang meridian. P is almost equal to, just as all the resurrected powerful beings in the resting land of the resting land were in a frenzy, Su Fong attacked the Yang meridian. P is almost equal to Blue Dome divine realm. P is almost equal to around the divine sun in the sky. Another dark red, evil sun condensed from black blood appeared. P is almost equal to there were a total of 6 evil suns surrounding the divine sun. P is almost equal to, unlike the previous changes, the 6 evil suns all released a shocking dark red light. They intertwined to form a large blood cloud that covered the divine sun in the center with a layer of blood. It gave people the feeling that they were going to devour the divine sun. P is almost equal to including the divine sun. There were a total of 7 evil suns. They all released a dark red light and descended between heaven and earth. P is almost equal to an evil aura enveloped heaven and earth. From the 10,000 worlds to the greater world and then to the lesser world, everything was covered in a thick layer of death aura. P is almost equal to all life forms in the world rapidly aged and withered. The speed at which they walked towards death increased by more than 10 times. P is almost equal to, for the time being, the ordinary mortals and plants might not be able to sense any special changes. They only felt oppressed, depressed, and irritated, as if they had fallen into a frenzy. P is almost equal to the human and devilish cultivators felt this even more keenly. Not only was their life force rapidly fading away, even the natural spiritual chi of heaven and earth was rapidly becoming filthy and filled with an evil aura, making it even more difficult to absorb and control. P is almost equal to the laws of the heavenly Tao, also faintly changed attributes. All cultivators suddenly felt that their understanding of the heavenly Tao had drifted away. They even felt like they had been abandoned by the heavenly Tao. P is almost equal to the big goblin of the 3 realms was in an even worse situation. P is almost equal to, just as the power of change swept through heaven and earth again, countless big goblins felt their yuan spirits lose control. They became incomparably restless. There was only one thought in their minds: kill, 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 kill all life forms in sight. P is almost equal to, in the various planes of the God world, in the barren lands, danger zones, and desolate lands, roars that shook the heavens exploded. For a moment, countless gods, demons, big goblins, and other life forms that had died long ago came back to life. P is almost equal to there were also countless evil existences that had been sealed. With the help of the power of change in heaven and earth, they broke their seals and saw the light of day again. P is almost equal to, in the Blue Dome divine realm, a feeling of impending doom enveloped everyone's heart. P is almost equal to suddenly, Song Yinhai thundered. It's not time for complete despair yet. What's there to panic about if we can save the 3 realms? Only the peerless geniuses who are qualified to enter the exalted celestial mountain can resolve this calamity. These peerless geniuses might be in the resting land of the gods. Open the seal of the resting land of the gods and release those geniuses. P is almost equal to only then did the blue dome domain Lord wake up from his dream. P is almost equal to heaven and earth had changed again. The resurrected experts in the resting land of the gods would become even stronger. Although the geniuses who entered the resting land of the gods were all extraordinary, how could they fight against so many resurrected experts? P is almost equal to the blue dome domain Lord was about to use his divine ability to open the seal of the resting land of the gods. P is almost equal to suddenly P and A P Tsangyan Hai, hello Tiangong, infinite life, and then the blue dome domain Lord sensed something and suddenly looked up at the sky. P is almost equal to, in an instant, P is almost equal to heaven and earth turned dark again, indicating that another evil sun was about to rise. P is almost equal to. Chapter 2065. The sky and earth were dark. P is almost equal to the eighth sun was in the midst of being born. Wonderful Oriental literature member, high hand fight. P is almost equal to all life forms in the world, whether they were conscious or unconscious, fell into boundless despair and trembled. P is almost equal to, if there was another mutation in a row, it meant that the catastrophe had completely exploded and the world was on the verge of destruction. P is almost equal to among all the lives in the world. Who could change the fate of destruction? P is almost equal to the brief darkness seemed to have lasted for an endless number of years. P is almost equal to, it's coming out again. P is almost equal to the eighth sun. The eighth sun is really going to appear. P is almost equal to in the sky. A dim red light quickly appeared, but it was not the sunlight of the divine sun that was born between heaven and earth, but an evil dark red. P is almost equal to the sky, seemed to have dripped a drop of blood, and the dark red light quickly spread in all directions. A strange power began to brew again. P is almost equal to the eighth sun was about to be born. P is almost equal to at the moment when countless lives were in despair. P is almost equal to in the dark, an ethereal voice of thunder suddenly sounded. The power of heaven and earth, all living beings seal. P is almost equal to no one knew where the voice came from, and no one knew who made the voice. P is almost equal to while the voice was still echoing in the consciousness. A supreme power of the way of the heavens swept through the world like a gust of wind. It came and went very suddenly. P is almost equal to all human cultivators, demons, big goblin, as well as plants, birds, beasts, and other life forms, whether they were in the myriad worlds, the great world, or the small world, were all swept away by this power of the way of the heavens, which swept away a full 30% of their cultivation, primordial spirit, energy, life, and so on. P is almost equal to everything in the world was born and grew by absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. At this time, it was forcefully taken back by the way of the heavens. P is almost equal to even the power of heaven and earth, including the essence of the world, disappeared by more than 30% in an instant. It was forcefully taken back by the way of the heavens. P is almost equal to no one knew if it was from the will of the way of the heavens or the supreme existence that controlled the power of the way of the heavens of the myriad worlds. It actually used a shocking great magic to forcibly take away 30% of the power and life of all existences in the world. P is almost equal to apart from the few peak existences in the ancient god world. No one could contend against the terrifying power of the heavenly way. Even the will to resist could not be generated. P is almost equal to beside the blood sun that was about to be born. A yin-yang pattern quickly turned from blurry to clear and enveloped the evil sun that had yet to be born. P is almost equal to the yin-yang pattern gradually shrank from its boundless size to its smallest point. In the end, it disappeared into nothingness along with the unborn Xie-yang. P is almost equal to supreme heavenly Tao. P is almost equal to he forcibly seized 30% of the power of all existences in the world, used a supreme divine ability, and consumed 30% of his own strength to forcibly reseal the eighth sun. P is almost equal to, just like that, a crisis was resolved. P is almost equal to, however, the price they paid was incomparably heavy. P is almost equal to the green dome divine realm. P is almost equal to the three peerless experts, Tsangyan Hai, Imo Tiangong, and Sheng Wuji, as well as the blue sky dominator and the others, were all in a weakened state. Their faces were filled with weakness and astonishment. P is almost equal to they couldn't care less about the land of the sleeping gods. They hurriedly swallowed elixirs to recover their strength that had been forcibly seized. P is almost equal to the land of the sleeping gods. P is almost equal to Ji Wuji, who was engaged in a great battle with the resurrected experts, suddenly felt that his strength and vitality had been weakened by 30%. To the resurrected experts, not only was it not affected at all, but its strength had also skyrocketed due to the weakening of the heavenly Tao's power. P is almost equal to Ji Wuji had lived 6 lives, but he had never heard of such a terrifying thing. He was instantly scared out of his wits. In his panic, the undead king seized the opportunity to spit out corpse flames that engulfed Ji Wuji's chest, causing it to burn. P is almost equal to, damn it. P is almost equal to Ji Wuji unleashed a burst of primordial spirit divine power that swept in all directions. P is almost equal to Ji Wuji's second life cultivated the great Tao of the primordial spirit. His primordial spirit divine power was incomparably powerful. Now that he had unleashed his full strength, his primordial spirit power had reached the limit of the godly venerable realm. It immediately shook the undead king and the resurrected experts around him. P is almost equal to Ji Wuji took the opportunity to escape from the encirclement of the resurrected experts and pass through the boundary of the Tomb Mountain. P is almost equal to Su Fong. If I don't kill you, I, Ji Wuji, swear that I'm not human. P is almost equal to Ji Wuji did not care about the changes in the outside world. At this moment, he only wanted to kill Su Fong, find a deep mountain, and madly devour elixirs to recover. P is almost equal to Su Fong was in a stone coffin in the tomb. P is almost equal to he was attacking the 63rd Yang Meridian with all his strength. However, he did not know that he had luckily escaped the calamity of being plundered by the heavenly Tao because he had activated the Heaven Shrouding Star Flag. P is almost equal to the Heaven Shrouding Star Flag was a semi-divine creation artifact. After it was activated, it could distort the stars and deceive the heavenly Tao. P is almost equal to Su Fong had unintentionally escaped this calamity not only because of the Heaven Shrouding Star Flag, but also because of the supreme luck bestowed upon him by the purple Chi Dharma spirit. P is almost equal to Su Fong was in the stone coffin. He had completely forgotten about the 6th change of heaven and earth. He had forgotten about the battle between the deities. He had forgotten everything. He had concentrated all his strength and experience to attack the 63rd Yang Meridian. P is almost equal to Chi. Chi. P is almost equal to no less than 1,000 attacks. P is almost equal to the meridian where the 63rd Yang Meridian was located trembled violently. Under the burning of the Yang Chi flames, it transformed into a jade-like Yang Meridian bit by bit. P is almost equal to suddenly P and AP the Heaven and Earth Tao Palace was in a state of silence before an explosion. P is almost equal to a kind of astonishing aura of transformation was constantly brewing. P is almost equal to Chi. P is almost equal to a ray of pure sunlight swept through the Heaven and Earth Tao Palace from the first Yang Meridian and rushed into the meridian that was being attacked. P is almost equal to the meridian trembled violently for a while before it finally calmed down and turned into a jade-like Yang Meridian. P is almost equal to the 63rd Yang Meridian was successfully born. P is almost equal to I've looked forward to the stars and the moon. I don't know how many times I've looked forward to it, but the 63rd Yang Meridian is finally born. It's really not easy. P is almost equal to Su Fong wiped away the sweat on his face and continued to focus on the Heaven and Earth Tao Palace. P is almost equal to next. The Heaven and Earth Tao Palace would definitely undergo a huge change. The 7th transformation. P is almost equal to it was as Su Fong expected. P is almost equal to the 9 yang meridians of the 7th transformation moved rapidly and connected to form an irregular circle. All 63 yang meridians formed a yang meridian spiral, forming a total of 7 yang meridian whirlpools. P is almost equal to the world tree also floated to the center of the deep and vast yin-yang Tao wheel. An astonishing power of the world of yin and yang surged out and was absorbed by the 63 yang meridians. The yang meridians released a dazzling starlight that was like a brilliant river of stars, vast and incomparably mysterious. P is almost equal to all the energy circulated in a vast and turbulent manner, bringing with it the divine might of the Heaven Tao reincarnation. It was 10 times more vast than before. P is almost equal to Su Fong also had a strong premonition that after stepping into the 7th transformation, the Heaven and Earth Tao Palace turned into the world in his body and would undergo another huge transformation. P is almost equal to I've finally stepped into the 7th transformation. P is almost equal to first, I'll recover the exhausted yang energy and then dual cultivate with senior sister Shu Wanjin. The world and my body will definitely undergo an earth-shattering transformation, and I'll also be able to understand some of the secrets of the origin, sacred mirror. I might even be able to activate the divine mirror's power. P is almost equal to Su Fong calmed his heart and swallowed the pills. At the same time, he stripped the fire element essence of the prehistoric inflammation. The dragon bird also fed the pure yang energy and activated the 9 yang, 9 transformations, rapidly recovering the exhausted yang energy. P is almost equal to about 3 years later. P is almost equal to the exhausted yang energy in the yang meridians finally recovered to its peak state. Su Fong stripped the yang spirit and entered the scarlet mirror, then came to the central space-time of the origin, sacred mirror. P is almost equal to Su Fong was surprised to find that after entering the mysterious space of the origin sacred mirror, he felt much more relaxed. Although it couldn't be said to be free, the terrifying shackles of the past no longer existed. P is almost equal to soon. He arrived at the central space-time. P is almost equal to, just as he was about to release his yang energy and will, a burst of extremely cold aura appeared on the black mirror. Then, Shu Wanjin's voice faintly sounded, I didn't expect that the opportunity for you to step into the 7th transformation would be the power of heaven and earth. Could it be the will of heaven? P is almost equal to senior sister. What is the will of heaven? P is almost equal to, it's just some guesses. It's not necessarily accurate. You don't need to know. Heaven and earth have changed again. You have stepped into the 7th transformation. In the future, you will have a certain amount of power to protect yourself. P is almost equal to Su Fong, was full of expectations. I don't know what benefits the 7th transformation will bring me. P is almost equal to yin and yang dual cultivation, not only for you, but also for me. After this dual cultivation, you will understand how amazing the benefits will be. Let's begin. P is almost equal to wisps of 9 yin shi were released from the black mirror. P is almost equal to Su Fong took back the yang immortal into his body and immediately activated the 9 yang 9 transformations. He exploded all the yang energy and the world's yin and yang energy and poured it into the scarlet mirror. P is almost equal to Huff. P and AP the origin sacred mirror swallowed Su Fong's power in an instant, almost emptying Su Fong. P is almost equal to the yang energy that entered the central space-time condensed into a red mirror, releasing the power of 9 yang. It attracted the power of 9 yin, causing the 2 mirrors to break through the shackles and combine tightly. P is almost equal to rumble. P is almost equal to the mysterious and ancient space within the chaotic origin. Holy mirror suddenly began to quake violently as a vast formation was activated. P is almost equal to the power of 9 yang and the power of 9 yin turned into a yin-yang fish that swam rapidly, endlessly, evolving the endless mysteries of the heavenly Tao. As it rotated, the endless heavenly Tao aura spread out, P is almost equal to, around the central space-time, mysterious and ancient seals floated up like living creatures, gradually condensing into a phantom. P is almost equal to this phantom's face was blurred, but it looked very old. No one knew what kind of existence it was. P is almost equal to, this is the spirit of the origin, sacred mirror. P is almost equal to Su Fang's consciousness was shocked when he saw this scene. P is almost equal to Shu Wanjin's consciousness was full of nervousness and excitement. Don't be distracted. P is almost equal to the illusory figure suddenly formed a hand seal. P is almost equal to this seal was extremely strange. At first glance, Su Fang felt that it was ordinary and there was nothing special about it. P is almost equal to, however, when he studied it carefully, he found that it included everything between heaven and earth. All things and all kinds of magic arts were included in this handprint. P is almost equal to Su Fang fell into a state of incomparable shock as he gained a deeper level of comprehension. P is almost equal to it was in this ordinary seal that he could find all kinds of handprints, true runes, and Tao runes that he had cultivated. P is almost equal to Heaven's secret life shrinking technique, Heaven's secret solution, Four Seasons reincarnation seal, and other things could all be found in it. P is almost equal to yin-yang change. P is almost equal to Su Fang was enlightened and knew the name of this handprint. P is almost equal to. Chapter 2066. After stepping into the seventh transformation and cultivating with Shu Wanjin, a shadow automatically appeared in the Hunyuan sacred mirror, displaying a seal. P is almost equal to yin-yang change. P is almost equal to a simple seal, but it showed the most mysterious side of the heavenly Tao, including all the laws of the heavenly Tao. How amazing was this? P is almost equal to Su Fang was worried that he couldn't comprehend it for a while, so he tried to activate the mysterious solution to deduce the true meaning of the yin-yang change. P is almost equal to who knew that the power of the heaven prying, I couldn't help him see through the yin-yang change. P is almost equal to then Su Fang tried to activate the divine sky projecting wall, planning to copy the scene of a shadow casting the seal. P is almost equal to who knows. P is almost equal to the power of the divine sky projecting wall entered the depths of the divine mirror with Su Fang's consciousness, but it couldn't touch the shadow, and the power collapsed immediately. P is almost equal to the divine sky projecting wall's original spirit said in a voice full of pain and awe, Master, the divine sky projecting wall can't copy this seal at all. It's too terrifying, and it almost broke the divine sky projecting wall completely. This seal seems to be the power of the heavenly Tao's transformation that I saw when I was just born, and it's not something the divine sky projecting wall can copy. P is almost equal to the divine sky projecting wall was a piece of jade that was born from the chaos when the heavenly Tao was created. Although it didn't have any special ability, it was still a treasure born from the chaos. P is almost equal to when it was born, the heavenly Tao had just been created and the heavenly Tao had undergone great changes. P is almost equal to the seal in the Hunyuan sacred mirror could show the scene of the heavenly Tao's transformation. How amazing was it? P is almost equal to what is the origin of the Hunyuan sacred mirror? How could it contain such a terrifying seal? P is almost equal to Su Fang was shocked and transmitted his thoughts to Shu Wanjin. P is almost equal to, I've told you long ago that the Hunyuan sacred mirror is extremely mysterious. Even I can only figure out some clues at this time. As for its origin, I'm not very clear. P is almost equal to concentrate on comprehending this seal. I'm looking forward to it. Once I master this seal, what kind of amazing power will burst out? And with the help of this seal, I will be able to break free from the shackles and return to the heavenly Tao. P is almost equal to, after finishing his communication with Shu Wanjin, Su Fang began to fully concentrate on comprehending this seal. P is almost equal to unknowingly. Su Fang's Yuan divinity was immersed in the infinite mysteries of the yin-yang transformation. P is almost equal to, as Su Fong comprehended the yin-yang transformation, his inner world was also preparing for a great transformation. P is almost equal to, just as Su Fong was comprehending the yin-yang transformation, another change occurred in heaven and earth. The entire universe was undergoing a shocking change. P is almost equal to, because 30% of the power and life force of all living beings, including deities, great demon beasts, devils, and the lowest grade living beings, such as plants and trees, have been forcibly taken away by the Tao of Heaven. The aura of death in the world had become even denser, constantly devouring the vitality of the entire universe. P is almost equal to the greater demons were madly attacking the God realm, where the humans lived, and the resurrected experts were also madly plundering life. P is almost equal to Blue Dome Divine Realm. P is almost equal to most of the people in Tongbao Chamber of Commerce's Divine Battle Arena had already left after the Heavenly Tao. Less than a tenth of them remained. P is almost equal to due to the Heavenly Tao. The 12 screens of light floating in the center of the Divine Battle Arena had all lost their light. No one knew if those geniuses were still alive. P is almost equal to, with the Heavenly Tao changing, Su Fong will definitely die in the land of the resting gods. There's no need to pay attention to this child anymore. Let's go back to the Brahma Heaven God realm. P is almost equal to the Sanskrit experts led the Sanskrit experts away from the Divine Battle Arena. P is almost equal to the Heavenly Tao sect could not get back the large amount of money they had bet on Tong Bao Chamber of Commerce. They could only wait for the results of the Godchild battle in the Blue Dome Star Field before they could redeem it. P is almost equal to, however, with Tong Bao Chamber of Commerce's reputation, the Sanskrit experts were not worried. As long as they could confirm that Su Fong had died, not only would they be able to get back the large amount of money they had bet, they would also be able to make up for the resources that Su Fong had cheated from Sanskrit. P is almost equal to the Star Billow Realm Lord had also left the Divine Battle Arena. After the Heavenly Tao changed, the Star Billow Realm would definitely be in chaos. He had to lead the experts under him back to take charge of the situation. P is almost equal to Xian Lingzi and the others stayed behind. They would definitely not leave until they received definite news. P is almost equal to the entire Blue Dome Divine Realm. The 9 layers of the world was in turmoil. P is almost equal to all primal chaos golden ranking guardians. Listen up. P is almost equal to just as the 3 peerless experts, Song Yin Hai, Mo Tiangong, and Sheng Wuji, were recovering their strength. A majestic voice suddenly rang in their minds. P is almost equal to 10 million years. After the 7th mutation, it will be sealed for 10 million years at most. Once the seal is broken, not only will the 8th evil sun rise into the sky, it will also lead to an unpredictable mutation. P is almost equal to, during this time, if we still can't select the peerless geniuses who can enter the exalted celestial mountain and find a reason for the mutation, the 3 realms will have no hope. P is almost equal to speed up the selection process. After 1 million years, we will select the geniuses who will enter the exalted celestial realm. There must be no mistakes. P is almost equal to Song Yin Hai, Mo Tiangong, and Sheng Wuji's expressions changed instantly. Their eyes were filled with despair. P is almost equal to 10 million years seemed incomparably long. But to the peerless experts of the universe, it was just the time for a long seclusion. P is almost equal to the 3 of them stopped recovering. With their strength, they would not be able to recover to their peak state even if they used 10 million years. When the Heavenly Tao was destroyed, even if they recovered to their peak state, what was the point of it? P is almost equal to Tsang Yin Hai shouted coldly at the Blue Dome Domain Lord. Blue Dome Domain Lord, open the seal. Save the geniuses in the resting land of the gods at all costs. P is almost equal to yes. P is almost equal to the Blue Dome Domain Lord quickly formed a seal. P is almost equal to who knew that the 12 altars would not respond at all. P is almost equal to the Blue Dome Domain Lord raised his eyebrows and exclaimed, "Oh no!" P is almost equal to Tsang Yin Hai shouted, What's going on? P is almost equal to the blue dome domain, Lord said in disbelief. I can't sense the resting land of the gods. The resting land of the gods is no longer in the space-time it used to be. P is almost equal to Mo, Tiangong shouted. You can't sense it? It's gone? Did the resting land of the gods grow wings and fly away? P is almost equal to Tsang. Yin Hai's expression changed drastically. He got up with a whoosh and disappeared into the void. P is almost equal to Mo, Tiangong. Sheng Wuji and the Blue Dome Domain Lord also flew into the void. P is almost equal to they passed through layers of turbulence and entered the space where the resting land of the gods was sealed. P is almost equal to all the peerless experts could see was the chaotic airflow left behind by the shattered space. Where was the resting land of the gods? P is almost equal to Sheng Wuji asked. Could it be that the resting land of the gods broke free from the seal and was swept into the turbulence of space-time because of the changes in the universe? P is almost equal to that's impossible. The Blue Dome Domain Lord said decisively. The resting land of the gods is a world left behind by a fallen Domain Lord. It might have been shattered by the changes in the universe, but it's impossible for it to disappear completely. P is almost equal to Tsang. Yin Hai said slowly. There's only one possibility. That Domain Lord used the power of the changes in the universe to come back to life. He broke the seal with his world and took the opportunity to escape. P is almost equal to the other experts, all had incredulous looks on their faces. P is almost equal to, after a long time. P is almost equal to Mo Tiangong said worriedly. If that's the case, then Su Fong, Ao, Qiongtian, Ji Wuji, and the other geniuses, Su Fong, Ao, Qiongtian, and Ji Wuji are all geniuses on the primordial chaos golden roll. If they die, the primordial chaos golden roll will naturally show up. P is almost equal to Song. Yan Hai rolled out a golden light and condensed it into a huge golden roll. On were names formed by mysterious heavenly marks. P is almost equal to Ji Wuji, Su Fong. They're still alive, but Ao Qiongtian's name is missing. It's almost certain that he's dead. Song Yan Hai said in a low voice. P is almost equal to I didn't expect Ao Qiongtian to die in the resting land of the gods. The Blue Dome Domain Lord said bitterly. P is almost equal to Ao Qiongtian died because he wasn't lucky enough. If Su Fong, Ji Wuji, and the other geniuses couldn't survive this time, it only means that they weren't lucky enough to enter the exalted celestial mountain. P is almost equal to Tsang, Yan Hai said indifferently, then turned and walked into the turbulence. P is almost equal to Su Fong's luck and strength are extraordinary. He should be able to escape this calamity. P is almost equal to Mo Tiangong, and Sheng Wuji looked at each other and sighed helplessly. P is almost equal to, in fact, they knew very well that if that Domain Lord really came back to life, all the geniuses in the resting land of the gods had a slim chance of surviving. P is almost equal to the resting land of the gods. P is almost equal to, as Su Fong cultivated with Shu Wanjin, he was immersed in the mysterious and vast seal, completely forgetting about the outside world. P is almost equal to, without him noticing, his primordial spirit, physical body, and other true forms, as well as Shu Wanjin's power of 9 all merged into the Tao Palace of Heaven and Earth. P is almost equal to the Tao Palace of Heaven and Earth turned into the world in his body. The fusion of the power of 9 Yang and 9 Yin caused the world to be filled with a heavenly Tao aura that caused all things in the world to grow, mature, decline, and eventually perish. It caused the world in his body to constantly brew a new transformation. P is almost equal to, as his understanding of the yin-yang transformation deepened, this transformation finally erupted with a loud bang. P is almost equal to boom, boom, boom. P is almost equal to a shocking power of yin and yang caused the light and clear things in Su Fong's world to rapidly rise, turning into the boundless sky, while the heavy and turbid things fell and gathered together. P is almost equal to the power of yin and yang and the power of the world, the 6 natural forces of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and thunder fiercely collided at this moment. P is almost equal to this collision caused astonishing spiritual light to constantly flash between heaven and earth. Countless mysterious runes of the heavenly Tao, formed by the condensation of mysterious heavenly marks, flashed between heaven and earth along with the spiritual light. P is almost equal to these spiritual lights gradually extended into the darkness of the void, causing Su Fang's world to gradually gain color and at the same time contain infinite vitality. P is almost equal to the 6 most basic great Tao laws also constantly fused and evolved in this collision, turning into thousands of great Tao laws. P is almost equal to wind, rain, thunder, lightning, and other scenes flashed in the collision. P is almost equal to the chaotic matter also constantly changed its characteristics in the collision. It was no longer chaotic matter and gradually condensed, eventually condensing into stars or material continents. P is almost equal to at the same time. This collision also caused Su Fang's world to have the concept of time and space. P is almost equal to yin-yang transformation. P is almost equal to stepping into the 7th transformation of the 9 suns. 9 transformations not only allowed Su Fang to obtain a seal from the Origin Sacred Mirror, but it also caused Su Fang's world to transform again. From the world of primal chaos at the beginning of time, it turned into a world of endless evolution. P is almost equal to. Chapter 2067. After an unknown amount of time, Su Fang returned to his physical body from the world. P is almost equal to only now did he realize that the young immortal was still in the central space-time of the divine mirror. He didn't know when it ended the yin-yang dual cultivation with Shu Wanjin. The shadow that used the yin-yang transformation had also disappeared. P is almost equal to, I didn't expect that stepping into the 9th transformation would cause such an amazing change in your inner world. Your gains from this dual cultivation are far greater than mine. Even I can't help but be a little jealous of you. P is almost equal to Shu Wanjin's cold voice came from the black mirror along with the cold air. P is almost equal to Su Fang asked in surprise, Senior sister, the Origin Sacred Mirror is divided into 2. I cultivate the 9-yang transformation of the Yuan-yang mirror, and you cultivate the 9-yin transformation of the Yuan-yin mirror. Why is it that the yin-yang dual cultivation brings us different gains? P is almost equal to, and not only do you cultivate the 9-yin transformation, but you also have a perfect physical body. At the same time, you cultivate various true bodies on the basis of the perfect physical body. In addition, you cultivate the world fragment into a world tree and combine it with the yang meridian to cultivate an inner world. Moreover, you have the purple chi dharma spirit, which I don't have. P is almost equal to, therefore, the 9-yang transformation that you cultivate is not only a supreme heavenly Tao, but it also evolves the heavenly Tao endlessly and has infinite possibilities. In the future, the height of your great Tao will far surpass mine. It is even possible that one day you will be like the supreme existence that created the universe, creating a world that can give birth to life. P is almost equal to like the heavenly sovereign that created the universe. Su Fang couldn't help but laugh. P is almost equal to he was still quite far away from the peak of cultivation. Creating a universe that could give birth to life? P is almost equal to Su Fang didn't think that far. P is almost equal to, it's just a possibility. The hope is very slim. On the road of cultivation, no one dares to predict what will happen. Shu Wanjin sighed. The heavenly Tao may be destroyed when the world changes again. It's really impossible to reach the peak of cultivation. P is almost equal to Su Fang's good mood suddenly disappeared when he thought of the changes in the world again and wondered what kind of great changes had taken place in the outside world. He also thought of his father and those friends in the outside world, as well as Luo and Xuanxin. P is almost equal to Shu Wanjin seemed to feel Su Fang's mood and comforted him. Don't be too pessimistic. You just have to live well in the present and have a clear conscience. Now that you've stepped into the 7th transformation, you've benefited immensely. Once I'm free, we can fuse the two divine mirrors together, and you'll be able to achieve even more shocking results. Even if a calamity befalls us, we might still be able to fight for a chance of survival. P is almost equal to at the mention of this time's harvest. Su Feng's spirits were lifted. Senior Marshal's sister, do you know what kind of power the yin-yang transformation has? P is almost equal to, I was able to decipher some information from the words in the depths of the ancient mirror. Combined with my speculations, I can roughly estimate the power of the yin-yang transformation. P is almost equal to Shu Wanjun told Su Feng tirelessly. P is almost equal to what is yin and yang? P is almost equal to yin and yang, also known as creation. It evolves all things in the world and all laws. At the same time, it's also destruction. It allows all things in the world and all laws to return to their origin. P is almost equal to, therefore, when you and I dual cultivated and comprehended the yin-yang transformation, your inner world obtained the power of creation. That's why your inner world underwent such a shocking transformation. It evolved the heavenly Tao and gave birth to all things in the world. There was an innate chaotic state, but it turned into a postnatal world. This is the yin-yang transformation. P is almost equal to, on the other hand, it reverses the heavenly Tao and traces back to the origin of the heavenly Tao. It turns the postnatal world into a prenatal chaotic state. P is almost equal to Su Feng seemed to understand a little. He then asked, is it the same as the sixth transformation, where we have to work together and use the origin sacred mirror to cast the yin-yang transformation? P is almost equal to, that's not necessarily the case. The yin-yang transformation is a seal that encompasses all things in the world. We can work together and use the origin sacred mirror to cast it. At the same time, we can also use your world's yin and yang energy to cast it. The only difference is the power. I speculate that this difference should be the same as the difference between the 9-yang true fire and your 9-yang divine fire. P is almost equal to, as for the specifics, you'll have to constantly figure out. All right, I should also focus on comprehending this time's harvest. After a period of seclusion, I'll need your help. I'll borrow your 9-yang energy and the world's yin and yang energy to activate the origin yin mirror and help me get out of this predicament. P is almost equal to Shu Wanjun's voice gradually faded away and finally disappeared without a trace along with the cold air. P is almost equal to Su Feng separated his consciousness and inspected his body both inside and outside. P is almost equal to he saw the interior of the heaven and earth Tao palace. P is almost equal to at the top of the world tree. The flower bud had already bloomed, turning into a Tianzhong flower. It released tens of thousands of rays of light and emitted a profound and mysterious aura of the great Tao. P is almost equal to the world flower. P is almost equal to the so-called world flower was the manifestation of Su Feng's comprehension of the heavenly Tao on the world tree. P is almost equal to when the world tree bloomed. It meant that Su Feng had comprehended the most profound mysteries of the six great Taos, grasped the essence of the six great Taos, and merged these six great Taos into one to form the foundation of his own heavenly Tao. P is almost equal to the world flower was also the flower of the heavenly Tao. P is almost equal to Su Feng closed his eyes. After a long time, he suddenly opened his eyes. P is almost equal to he constantly changed his hand seals. P is almost equal to the endless, flexible, and soaked water great Tao aura condensed into a petal. P is almost equal to then the green petals of the great Tao of wood and the crimson petals of the great Tao of fire. The petals of the great Tao of gold, great Tao of earth, and great Tao of lightning also condensed. P is almost equal to supreme flower of the heavenly Tao, condense. P is almost equal to Su Feng, shouted domineeringly. P is almost equal to the heavenly Tao palace exploded with the power of the heavenly Tao cycle, enveloping the six petals of the great Tao and condensing into a dazzling flower, forming a complete system of the heavenly Tao. P is almost equal to the flower of the heavenly Tao, finally condensed successfully. P is almost equal to this also meant that Su Fang's comprehension of the heavenly Tao was not only comprehending the essence of the six great Tao, but also fusing the six great Tao into one. This kind of comprehension of the heavenly Tao had already reached the peak of the divine venerable realm. P is almost equal to further. It was the evolution of the laws of nature, creating a great Tao divine ability that belonged to oneself. P is almost equal to yin-yang change. P is almost equal to all of a sudden, Su Fang made a hand seal. P is almost equal to this hand seal was almost exactly the same as the hand seal formed by the illusory figure. It looked ordinary, but it encompassed all things in the world, all phenomena, and all laws. It was deep and mysterious. P is almost equal to, in an instant. P is almost equal to the flower of the heavenly Tao slowly rotated, and all kinds of luster constantly changed. It was magnificent and dazzling. P is almost equal to a supreme divine power that was evolved by the heavenly Tao burst out from the flower of the heavenly Tao. P is almost equal to Qi Qi Qi. P is almost equal to the divine power, shrouded an area of thousands of feet. All matter and energy in this area, including the thin natural spiritual Qi of heaven and earth in the stone coffin, as well as the Qi of death that could not be absorbed by gods, and the power of the world and the resting land of the gods rapidly gathered towards the flower of the heavenly Tao. P is almost equal to whether it was matter, spiritual Qi, Qi of death, or the power of the world. Under the infinite power of the heavenly Tao, they quickly disintegrated and changed their original characteristics, turning into a thin xianguang that was only as thin as a strand of hair, but contained all kinds of luster, lingering in the center of the flower of the heavenly Tao. P is almost equal to this xianguang, contained a kind of Qi of creation of the heavenly Tao. It was the innate origin Qi that gave birth to all things in the world before the creation of heaven and earth. It was also called the Qi of chaos. P is almost equal to reversing the heavenly Tao, tracing everything back to the origin of the heavenly Tao, turning the acquired world's power and matter into innate chaos. The yin-yang change is actually so domineering. P is almost equal to Su Fang was shocked, and his eyes were shining with hail and hearty light. P is almost equal to the yin-yang change was a kind of heavenly Tao's transformation power. The heavenly Tao was ruthless, so naturally it was incomparably domineering. P is almost equal to the power of the yin-yang change with his own strength was already so amazing. If he joined forces with Shu Wanjin to activate the divine mirror of origin, how terrifying would the yin-yang change be? P is almost equal to Su Fang estimated that with his current strength, it would be easy for him to directly refine a small world with the help of the divine mirror of origin with Shu Wanjin. P is almost equal to Su Fang had just stepped into the seventh change. If more yang meridians were born, by the time he reached the eighth and ninth change, the divine mirror of origin would combine into one. Once activated, its power would be completely beyond Su Fang's imagination. P is almost equal to, however, the yin-yang change's power was astonishing, and so was its consumption. P is almost equal to, after using the yin-yang change, Su Fang felt that the world in his body was empty, and his Yuan spirit consciousness was also in a trance. It was as if he had gone through a fierce battle. Whether it was his Yuan spirit or the yin-yang power of the world, he had consumed more than half. P is almost equal to Su Fang looked at the wisp of chaos Qi in the center of the flower of the heavenly Tao, and a light flashed in his eyes. Then he opened his mouth and took a deep breath. P is almost equal to when the chaos Qi drilled into Su Fang's body. It immediately caused an earth-shattering commotion. P is almost equal to his body was crazily producing life force, and the aura of life caused a roaring sound in his body. P is almost equal to about an incense stick of time passed before his body calmed down. P is almost equal to Su Fang was shocked to find that such a wisp of chaos Qi was enough to transform his body. It was equivalent to swallowing a good fortune saint pill and cultivating for 100 years. P is almost equal to he pondered for a moment. P is almost equal to Su Fong reached out and grabbed a pile of resources 10 feet high. They were all low-level spiritual objects, pills, and other resources that he had swindled from the Sanskrit. P is almost equal to once again. He formed a seal and activated the flower of the heavenly Tao. P is almost equal to Chi, Chi, Chi. P is almost equal to whether it was pills, spiritual objects, raw stones, or gems. They all shattered layer by layer, returning to their most primitive origin state, turning into wisps of chaos Chi. P is almost equal to Su Fong opened his mouth again and sucked the chaos Chi into his body. This time, he sealed his body and directly sucked the chaos Chi into the world tree. P is almost equal to the world tree trembled crazily, and the power of yin and yang swept through the world tree with a surging momentum. The branches quickly became thick and strong, and small branches extended out. P is almost equal to the power of the world of yin and yang that had just been consumed recovered a little, and the world flower at the top of the world tree also bloomed with a brighter and more mysterious light. P is almost equal to the power of the world of yin and yang poured into the yang meridian and circulated through the heavenly cycle of reincarnation, filling Su Fong's body with energy. P is almost equal to using the yin-yang transformation to refine resources is much easier than directly refining the natural aura of heaven and earth, and the consumption of the world of yin and yang is also much less. P is almost equal to Su Fong gradually gained some experience. P is almost equal to thus, he began to crazily devour low-level resources, rapidly increasing the power of the world of yin and yang. P is almost equal to Chapter 2068. For Su Fong, the yin-yang transformation could bring about supreme fortune and change the world within Su Fong's body. Novel rankings, evolving the heavenly Tao, nurturing all things in the world, causing the world within one's body to change from an innate chaotic state to an acquired world. P is almost equal to force Su Fong's enemies. The yin-yang transformation meant destruction. It caused everything in the real world to revert to its most primitive origin, turning the acquired world's power into an innate chaotic state, becoming Su Fong's power of creation. P is almost equal to extraordinary, truly extraordinary. P is almost equal to Su Fong's world flower was condensed from the supreme heavenly Tao, and at the same time, he used the yin-yang transformation to frantically devour low-level resources. P is almost equal to piles of resources were instantly refined by the world flower into a wisp of chaotic Chi, which was then absorbed by Su Fong. P is almost equal to, as he used the yin-yang transformation again and again, Su Fong had a deeper understanding of this unfathomable supreme divine ability and gradually discovered its secrets. P is almost equal to the higher one's understanding of the yin-yang transformation. The lower the consumption of the yin-yang transformation, and the more powerful it would be. P is almost equal to moreover. Using the yin-yang transformation to devour various pills, spiritual objects, and other resources was far easier than directly devouring the natural spiritual chi of heaven and earth. P is almost equal to piles and piles of resources were crazily devoured by Su Fong. In any case, these resources were all cheated from Sanskrit. P is almost equal to Su Fong was extremely surprised to find that the stronger his understanding and control of the yin-yang transformation, the clearer his understanding of various divine abilities became. P is almost equal to even the two divine abilities, the life-shrinking technique and the mysterious solution of heaven's divination, had a clearer understanding. Su Fong had a faint feeling that he was about to comprehend new abilities of these two divine abilities. P is almost equal to the yin-yang transformation contains the supreme mysteries of the evolution of heaven and earth, including all great Tao laws and divine abilities. The deeper my understanding of the yin-yang transformation, the more my understanding of other divine abilities and divine abilities will naturally follow. P is almost equal to Who would have thought that stepping into the 7 transformation would bring me such great benefits? With a supreme ability like the yin-yang transformation, who can stop me from reaching the peak? P is almost equal to, with such a powerful supernatural power. The fear and worry in Su Fang's heart due to the changes in the world had completely disappeared. P is almost equal to Brother Qingyu, Sister Bai, come here for a moment. P is almost equal to Su Fang peeled off a strand of yang spirit and came into the inner world to transmit his thoughts to Qingyu, and by Ling, P is almost equal to whoosh whoosh. P is almost equal to the figures of Qingyu, and Bai Ling flashed and quickly appeared in front of Su Fang's yang spirit. P is almost equal to Brother, you've improved again? P is almost equal to when Bai Ling and Qingyu were in Su Fang's inner world. Although they could not see the earth-shaking changes in the inner world like Su Fang, they could still judge from the scene and aura of the inner world that Su Fang had greatly improved this time. P is almost equal to, and at this time, Su Fang's yang spirit gave them the feeling that they were facing the incarnation of the heavenly Tao. There was a feeling of awe in their hearts, which was something that had never happened before. P is almost equal to, I used the heaven-concealing star flag to isolate the heavenly Tao, so I can't advance for the time being. So my cultivation is still at the 7th layer of the Divine Emperor realm, but my strength has improved a little. P is almost equal to Su Fang, was also very happy. P is almost equal to Little Crane. It seems that no matter how hard we work, we can't catch up with this boy. P is almost equal to Qingyu said gloomily, but his eyes were full of joy when he looked at Su Fang. P is almost equal to Su Fang told Qingyu and Bai Ling about the 6th change of the world. P is almost equal to for the big goblin. The changes of the world were a fatal disaster. Bai Ling, Qingyu, and other big goblin also sensed the changes in the world in Su Fang's inner world, but the impact was not too great. P is almost equal to at this time. When Su Fang mentioned it, Qingyu and Bai Ling both trembled with fear. P is almost equal to Brother Qingyu, Sister Bai, I'll give you something good to improve your strength as soon as possible. No one can escape from the changes of the world. The only thing we can rely on is ourselves. P is almost equal to Su Fang's mind moved, and 2 wisps of chaotic qi fell from the sky. P is almost equal to Bai Ling, and Qingyu thought it was some kind of energy, blood qi, or elixir, and swallowed the chaotic qi without hesitation. P is almost equal to next. P is almost equal to the 2 big goblin were stunned at the same time, and looked at Su Fang in horror. P is almost equal to what is this? P is almost equal to fortune. What a great fortune. P is almost equal to Bai Ling, and Qingyu were both shocked and overjoyed. They hurriedly urged their blood qi and demon qi to merge with this wisp of chaotic qi. P is almost equal to a mysterious aura spurted out from their skin, and the demon fire also spurted out. It merged with the aura and quickly condensed into heavenly marks on the surface of their bodies. P is almost equal to amazing changes were also happening in their bodies. One could see that their flesh, blood, bones, and blood were constantly condensing this kind of heavenly Tao brand. P is almost equal to these heavenly marks represented the innate ability of the big goblin, which was completely stimulated from a body. As long as they kept increasing their demon qi, they could quickly improve. P is almost equal to big goblin was different from human cultivators. They were born with some innate abilities that humans did not have. P is almost equal to the chaotic qi that Su Fang gave them was the original qi of the heavenly Tao, which could stimulate their innate abilities. This was something that no spiritual object or elixir could do. P is almost equal to this was the fortune brought by the yin-yang change, which made Su Fang's friends transform with it. P is almost equal to the chaotic qi contained the power of transformation, and at the same time, it also made Qingyu and Bai Ling's vitality and demon qi crazy. P is almost equal to while helping Qingyu and Bai Ling transform. Su Fang also integrated wisps of chaotic qi into the Xianwang 6 Paths Pagoda, the Xianming Thunder Archive, and the Underworld Reincarnation Sword. causing these three magic treasures to transform rapidly. P is almost equal to, especially the Xianhuang Six Paths Pagoda. As soon as a wisp of chaotic qi was integrated, the six-story pagoda suddenly bloomed with amazing brilliance, and six kinds of natural aura of heaven and earth surged out. P is almost equal to master. What kind of power is this? Ah, Xianhuang is finally going to transform again. P is almost equal to in the crazy trembling. The Xianhuang Six Paths Pagoda was in pain and excitement, welcoming another transformation. P is almost equal to the Xianhuang Six Paths Pagoda swallowed a lot of chaotic qi inside the Buddha pond and reached the peak of the middle grade. P is almost equal to later. It was upgraded by Su Fong with six kinds of natural spiritual objects, and it was only one step away from the high-grade divine tool. P is almost equal to this time. After absorbing a strand of primal chaos qi, it immediately underwent an earth-shattering transformation and finally transformed into a high-grade divine artifact. P is almost equal to the chaotic qi is really a good thing. P is almost equal to Su Fong's side with emotion. P is almost equal to unfortunately. The price of transforming the chaotic qi with the yin-yang change was too high. It was impossible to let all the gods and Big Goblin under him use the chaotic qi to cultivate. P is almost equal to Sun Qi is still in the Xianhuang Six Paths Pagoda. I don't know how he is now. P is almost equal to Su Fong's yang spirit entered the inner world of the Xianhuang Six Paths Pagoda. P is almost equal to Sun Qi sat cross-legged in the corner, and Zhu Yin guarded beside him. Looking at Sun Qi's weak aura, it was obvious that he had not recovered from his serious injury. P is almost equal to Su Fong did not disturb Sun Qi. After a few words of advice, he withdrew the yang spirit into his body. P is almost equal to Pan Zong. P is almost equal to in the inner world. Su Fong gathered Pan Zong and more than 100,000 of his subordinates. P is almost equal to then. Su Fong moved his mind slightly. P is almost equal to the power of yin and yang in the inner world quickly condensed into stone tablets. On the stone tablets, mysterious heavenly marks intertwined to form six kinds of natural laws, as well as the patterns formed by the collision and fusion of these six natural laws. There were wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, as well as earth, fire, water, and wind. P is almost equal to these diagrams displayed Su Fong's comprehension of the heavenly laws. There are all kinds of stone tablets. Although there were not as many as the ones he had collected from the tomb, they were more complete and formed a complete system. Therefore, they were easier to comprehend. P is almost equal to Master is mighty. P is almost equal to Su Fong's display of such divine power, shocked Pan Zong and the others, and they all shouted loudly. P is almost equal to Su Fong said majestically, "In the future, these stone tablets will be for you to comprehend and cultivate. The world has changed again, and the disaster or destruction will sweep across the heavens. If you want to survive, you can only rely on your own strength to win a chance of survival. Don't slack off." P is almost equal to yes. P is almost equal to only then did Pan Zong and the others know about the rise of the seventh sun. They were all shocked and frightened, and then they all fell into a frenzy of cultivation. P is almost equal to calculating the time. The third round of the Divine Child battle in the Azure Dome Star region has been 1,000 years. Why is there no movement so far? P is almost equal to Su Fong pinched his fingers and calculated, and could not help but be surprised. P is almost equal to then. Su Fong released the power of the great perfection to sense the movement in the tomb. P is almost equal to the undead king, sat cross-legged in front of the stone coffin, guarding it. In the previous battle with Ji Wuji, the undead king was also seriously injured, but with the help of Su Fong's death qi condensed with the power of yin and yang, he quickly recovered his strength. P is almost equal to the 5 resurrected experts in the tomb were also sitting in their respective stone coffins, and it was very quiet. P is almost equal to outside the tomb. The chaotic scene that Su Fong imagined did not appear, and there was almost no resurrected expert. P is almost equal to in the entire tomb, except for the 6 resurrected experts in the tomb. There was no trace of the others. P is almost equal to the land of the sleeping gods was originally filled with an extremely dense death chi, but now it was very thin. P is almost equal to strange. P is almost equal to the entire land of the sleeping gods was immersed in an extremely strange silence. P is almost equal to what happened. P is almost equal to Su Fong was not surprised, and he flew out of the stone coffin. P is almost equal to, after slightly activating the divine life, shrinking technique to conceal his aura, he stretched out his hand, and the sky-covering star's flag flew into his hand and into his body. P is almost equal to then. Su Fong was surprised to find that the token that had fused with his arm used to have an invisible connection with the outside world, but now it was completely cut off. P is almost equal to after Su Fong used the sky spill profound solution to deduce the situation. An ominous premonition arose in his heart. Something big had happened. P is almost equal to Su Fong. I know you're still alive. Come out. P is almost equal to Ji Wuji's voice was transmitted into the tomb along with a mysterious heavenly Tao vibration force. P is almost equal to Ji Wuji. You're really haunting me. Well, I'll use you to test the power of the yin-yang transformation. P is almost equal to Su Fong's body, surged with boundless battle intent, and he kept the undead king into the world in his body, and strode out of the tomb. P is almost equal to he took a closer look. P is almost equal to he saw Ji Wuji floating in the void outside the tomb, and behind him stood 3 geniuses of the Green Dome Star Field, including Zhao Fan. P is almost equal to I don't see Ao Qiongtian, young Master Tianwu, Bai Holan, and the other 3 geniuses. I don't know if they're still alive. P is almost equal to Su Fong thought to himself and flew into the sky. P is almost equal to. Chapter 2069. Su Fong, you finally dare to show your face. I thought you were a coward who would never dare to show your face. Let's see how arrogant you can be in front of young Master Ji. The one who spoke was Zhao Fan. When they had just entered the land of the sleeping gods, Zhao Fan had plundered Pan Zong and the other survivors. In the end, Su Fong had ruined his plans, so he naturally hated Su Fong to the bone. However, he had no choice but to swallow his anger because he was afraid of Su Fong's strength. Now that he was the first to jump out, it was obvious that he had joined Ji Wuji's side. He thought that he had a powerful backer and became fearless towards Su Fong. Ji Wuji, weren't you forced to flee after being killed by the resurrected expert? Why aren't you afraid now? Su Fong couldn't be bothered to pay attention to Zhao Fan. He looked at Ji Wuji and mocked him. Zhao Fan's eyes were filled with resentment when he was ignored by Su Fong. Ji Wuji said indifferently, Su Fong, you probably don't know your current situation, do you? Su Fong asked back, I really don't know. Do you know? That's right. This young master has merged with the essence of the land of the sleeping gods, so I naturally know things that you don't. Since you're about to die, there's no harm in telling you. The land of the sleeping gods was originally a world created by a region lord with his divine palace as the foundation and a supreme divine ability in conjunction with a formation. This region lord died, and his world was scattered throughout the universe. Later on, the blue sky domain lord obtained it and used it as the tomb of a fallen god realm expert. Su Fong said, the blue sky domain lord already told me this before we entered the land of the sleeping gods. You don't need to explain anything to me. Ji Wuji smiled faintly. What you don't know is that a part of this region lord's divine body was also buried in the land of the sleeping gods. With the help of the power of the upheaval, this region lord recovered a part of his consciousness and used the power of the upheaval to control the land of the sleeping gods and break through the seal of the blue sky divine realm. I don't know where he is now. Su Fong's heart was in turmoil. Some experts, because they were very powerful when they were alive, had reached the point where they could fuse with the heavenly Tao. Although they had fallen, their consciousness still remained in the heavenly Tao. This domain, Lord, clearly belonged to this category of existence. Borrowing the power of the sixth upheaval, the consciousness imprinted in the heavenly Tao recovered and merged with the divine body. He was able to control the land of God's resting ground and break the seal. This meant that Su Feng, Ji Wuji, and the others were actually in the world of the revived region Lord. That's right, it seemed like this domain Lord expert hadn't completely revived. At least, his divine body hadn't revived yet. Apparently, the resurrected experts who had disappeared from the graveyard and the murderous aura of the god-resting land had been absorbed by his god body. He wanted to use them to revive. Su Feng asked coldly and embarrassedly, Ji Wuji, why are you telling me this? I just want to tell you that I have a way to leave the resting land of the gods. You, on the other hand, will be devoured by this resurrected expert. Ji Wuji smiled elegantly as a cold light appeared in the depths of his eyes. Su Feng glanced at the three geniuses behind Ji Wuji and instantly understood. Only Ji Wuji could help them escape, so it wasn't strange at all that the three of them had sided with Ji Wuji. Ji Wuji continued, Wouldn't it be a pity if I let you die in the resting land of the gods? Why don't you fulfill my wish? When the time comes, I will cultivate you into the seventh reincarnation body. At that time, your death will be worth it. Ji Wuji's casual words contained a supreme, domineering aura, as if Su Feng was already in his pocket. Su Feng said coldly, Ao, Qiongtian, young Master Tianwu, by Holan, and the others were all killed by you. Ao, Qiongtian, and the other three geniuses were killed by the resurrected expert during the upheaval. As for young Master Tianwu and Bai Holan, they were like ants in my eyes. Why would I kill them? Ji Wuji said disdainfully before reaching out and grabbing two figures. It was young Master Tianwu and Bai Holan. Both of them were severely injured. Their bodies were shackled, and they looked like they were unconscious. However, their lives were not in danger for now. Ji Wuji said, I initially thought you would hide in the tomb and not show yourself. These two ants were not willing to submit to me, so I've shackled them. If you weren't willing to show yourself, I would have no choice but to use their heads to lure you out. Since you've shown yourself, you should accept your death obediently. Kill him, Ji Wuji said calmly. With a wave of his hand, Zhao Fan and the other two geniuses charged out from his body. 6, 7, 3, 5, 6, Su Feng, kneel down and accept your death. Zhao Fan uttered an imperious roar as he leapt forward and unleashed his aura, suppressing Su Feng. Originally, he was very wary of Su Feng and even fearful. However, now that he had Ji Wuji's support and the three of them had joined forces, he was confident that they could easily suppress Su Feng. Thus, he appeared extremely arrogant. Clown. Su Feng let out a disdainful grin as he performed a hand seal to execute the disordered Kuan seal. Currently, Su Feng had mastered many powerful mystical abilities and god weapons. He was no longer using a low-level mystical ability like the disordered Kuan seal. However, Su Feng's mystical abilities and god weapons were like overkill when dealing with an intermediate god emperor like Zhao Fan. The disordered Kuan seal was more than enough to deal with Zhao Fan. A low-level mystical ability like the disordered Kuan seal, which had mastered 6 kinds of natural laws, possessed a terrifying power in Su Feng's hands. A magnificent, heavy aura of the earth element encapsulated the three geniuses, making it difficult for them to move. Immediately after, a powerful gravitational force and repulsive force intertwined and exploded. The three geniuses' bodies were shattered into pieces as their flesh and blood splattered everywhere. The three geniuses were the exceptional geniuses of the Azure Dome Galaxy, but they could not even withstand a single blow from Su Feng's disordered Kuan seal. This was the great change in Su Feng's strength after he had comprehended the essence of the Great Path. Even a low-level mystical ability that he had casually executed could unleash a great power. Young Master Ji, save me. The yang spirits of the three geniuses escaped from their bodies and were no longer restrained by the earth element's mystical ability. They fled in fear as they begged Ji Wuji for help. Sizzle, sizzle. Sizzle. Su Fang's primordial spirit's mystical ability shot out from his eyes. His second primordial spirit had also unleashed its power. The terrifying primordial spirit's mystical ability swept up the primordial spirits of the three geniuses and forcefully ripped them out of their yang spirits. The primordial spirit's mystical ability of the second primordial spirit crushed and devoured them. The yang spirits of the three geniuses also collapsed and dissipated. I didn't expect your strength to increase so much in such a short period of time. You're almost catching up to me. If you have enough time, you might really have a chance to surpass me. Ji Wuji raised his eyebrows. How arrogant! You've cultivated for 6 lifetimes, and I've only cultivated for a few 100,000 years. Why do you have to compare yourself with me? Not only will I, Su Fang, have a chance to surpass you in the future, but I'll also have a chance to suppress you now. Su Fang shouted domineeringly as he executed the fire cloud steps. His fire cloud wings danced behind him, and at the same time, the power of time lingered around him. With a flash of fire, Su Fang had already appeared in front of Bai Holan and young Master Tianwu. He released his mystical ability and sucked them into his body. They're just 2 ants. Do you think they're worth your risk to save? Time is long, 1 day and 3 autumns. At this moment, Ji Wuji also made his move. He struck out a seal, and a mystical ability of the great Tao of time enveloped an area of 10 miles. The flow of time around Su Fang and his surroundings suddenly slowed down. The time that passed in a flash became several years long. This also meant that the mystical ability that Su Fang could execute with a single thought was now difficult to execute within an incense stick's time. Even the automatic defensive ability of the Ancestral Dragon Armor would take a very long time to activate. Immediately afterward, Ji Wuji waved his arm elegantly, as if he was plucking the strings of a zither. The sound of the heavenly Tao's power, supported by the power of the world of the resting land of the gods, came crashing down on Su Fang. Ji Wuji, who has cultivated for 6 lifetimes, has now merged with the power of the world of the resting land of the gods. His strength is indeed formidable. Su Fang had no choice but to activate the power of the world in his body. The yin-yang mystical ability of the world of yin-yang erupted from his body and engulfed Ji Wuji's power of time, causing it to lose its power. At this moment, Ji Wuji's second round of attacks came crashing down and shook Su Fang's mystical ability and defense. He was knocked back more than 10,000 feet. Extraordinary. You're indeed extraordinary. However, the more extraordinary your performance is, the more determined I am to suppress you. Ji Wuji smiled elegantly as figures separated from his body and quickly condensed into 3 avatars. Including his 6th incarnation, Ji Wuji had sent out a total of 4 avatars. It was clear how much he valued Su Fang. I've said it before. Your extraordinariness is my fortune. It's time to end this. Surrender. The 4 Ji Wujis attacked at the same time. Each Ji Wuji cultivated a different Tao, and the mystical abilities they used were also peerless mystical abilities of the Ji people. With such strength, even an ordinary Great Realm Lord would not be able to escape the fate of being suppressed. Flower of the heavenly Tao, yin-yang change. Su Fang no longer hid his strength and unleashed the most powerful mystical ability he could use at this moment. The flower of the heavenly Tao, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and lightning, was formed from the essence of the Tao of the heavenly Tao. Then Su Fang struck out with a hand seal, and the flower of the heavenly Tao started to spin slowly. The heavenly Tao evolved, and all kinds of lights flickered. The peerless mystical ability of the yin-yang change erupted. Sizzle. The mystical ability of the heavenly Tao enveloped the 4 Ji Wujis. Regardless of whether it was the divine ability of his primordial spirit, the great Tao of time, or the great Tao of heavenly sound, all of them were instantly disintegrated by the divine ability of a yin-yang change. Then, Ji Wuji's divine ability and divine ability of the yin-yang change shattered layer by layer. What kind of mystical ability is this? It's so powerful. Fatal danger descended. and the 4G Woojis revealed shocked and terrified expressions at the same time. 9 cycles of rebirth. Power of reincarnation of 6 lives. In this life and death crisis, Jiwuji had no choice but to unleash his most powerful mystical ability. Chapter 2070. The G People's Supreme Technique, the 9 Revolutions Rebirth Technique, cultivated a kind of reincarnation Tao. However, this kind of reincarnation Tao was different from Su Feng's Heaven Underworld reincarnation and the Heavenly Tao reincarnation Tao. It was a kind of reincarnation from life to death, and from death to life. This kind of reincarnation was the supreme heavenly Tao that allowed all life to continue. Jiwuji's 6 reincarnations. No, because his first reincarnation was devoured by Su Feng, he was only left with 5 reincarnations. Even without 1 reincarnation, Jiwuji's life and death reincarnation Tao was still extremely powerful. It was enough to crush a peak hierarch realm expert. This was Jiwuji's real trump card. However, facing Su Feng's yin-yang transformation, Jiwuji's 5 reincarnations were still disintegrating layer by layer, turning into a kind of chaotic qi. It was also a kind of heavenly Tao creation energy that was devoured by Su Feng's heavenly Tao flower. However, Su Feng also paid a heavy price. Using the yin-yang transformation consumed the energy of his inner world. Su Feng had just entered the 7th transformation, and his inner world had just transformed. It was still very strenuous facing Jiwuji's supreme divine ability. The consumption was also extremely shocking. Although he could continuously devour Jiwuji's divine ability and turn it into chaotic qi to make up for it, the speed of making up for it was far from enough to keep up with the consumption. However, compared to Su Feng, Jiwuji's consumption was even more severe. Using the 9 Revolutions Rebirth Technique consumed the power of his 6 reincarnation cycles, which meant that every bit of energy he used was equivalent to the cultivation he had accumulated over his 6 reincarnations. Furthermore, this loss could not be recovered. A lowly divine emperor can actually use such a powerful divine ability. If I had known, the G people would have killed him at all costs. Jiwuji was starting to regret it. Before the godson of God battle in the Azure Dome starfield, he did not take Su Feng seriously at all. He planned to humiliate Su Feng like an ant and crush his Tao heart, so that he would live in failure and humiliation forever. Now, he was facing such a dangerous situation. I have no choice but to use my last trump card. I didn't expect that Jiwuji, would be forced into this state by an ant from a great world. A hesitant look appeared in Jiwuji's eyes. Clearly, he was unwilling to take out his final life-saving trump card. Suddenly, an earth-shattering commotion erupted in the land of the resting gods. First, the giant peak at the top of the Grave Mountain collapsed. Then, the material on the Grave Mountain, as well as the mountains and earth of the resting land of the gods, suddenly shattered layer by layer. It felt as if the entire world was collapsing. The aura of the world changed completely. In the past, the land of gods still had a thin layer of natural spiritual energy and a layer of world energy. Now, they had all turned into a thick aura of death, surging and rolling in the air. Even the laws of the heavenly Tao had been completely changed. The entire resting land of the gods had turned into a world of death. Everything in the land of God's resting ground was quickly shattered, turning from real matter to nothingness and death aura. The space of the world also became a vast and empty space. The land of the resting gods was no longer a real world. Instead, it had turned into an empty space of death. At the same time, they could clearly sense that the space of this world was being controlled by a will. Faced with such a huge change, Su Feng and Jiwuji were as small as ants. They could not use the powerful yin-yang change and Jiwuji's 9-rotation rebirth technique. The Zone Lord has been resurrected. Su Feng could not help but be shocked. Jiwuji's divine light also changed instantly as he hurriedly gathered all his clones together. After the giant peak at the top of the Grave Mountain collapsed, a towering figure that was like the heavenly Tao slowly stood up. Boom, boom, boom. 6, 7, 3, 5, 6. Divine power that could distort the heavens and earth caused the empty space to distort and change shape. It wrapped around Su Fong, Ji Wuji, and the entire land of the resting gods and flew toward the resurrected Zone Lord. The land of the resting gods was originally a world created by the Zone Lord when he was still alive by extending his spiritual palace to the outside world. Now that the Zone Lord had been resurrected, he had retracted his spiritual palace into his body. Su Fong, no matter how extraordinary you are, you cannot escape the fate of being devoured by the resurrected Zone Lord. However, I can easily escape. Sooner or later, I will become the #1 genius in all the worlds and even the ancient god world. I will eventually reach the peak. Ji Wuji transmitted his voice to Su Fong with his primordial spirit. He was very proud. As he transmitted his voice, a figure appeared from Ji Wuji's body. This figure was an elder with white eyebrows. He gave off an ancient aura that covered Ji Wuji's divine body. Even the powerful divine power of the resurrected Zone Lord could not shackle him. Su Fong, I am a disciple of a supreme expert in the ancient god world. With my master's clone protecting me, even someone as powerful as the Zone Lord could not suppress me. As for you, you're just a tiny ant that ascended from a great world. How can you compare to me? You can slowly taste the taste of death. I will not accompany you any longer. Ji Wuji's handsome face revealed a proud expression. Then, his figure flashed and broke free from the terrifying shackles around him. He disappeared without a trace. Ji Wuji, you have your master protecting you. Do you think that I, Su Fong, do not have any life-saving divine powers? Su Fong smiled coldly. If he did not care about the cost and joined forces with Shu Wanjin to activate the Origin Sacred Mirror, Su Fong was even confident that he could kill the resurrected Zone Lord. However, he had just used the yin-yang transformation to fight with Ji Wuji. In addition, Shu Wanjin was in a state of seclusion after obtaining the yin-yang transformation. She was preparing to break out of her predicament in one fell swoop. Su Fong couldn't disturb her at this moment, so he dismissed the idea. As for other life-saving methods, Su Fong did have them. The Heaven's Secret Life Shrinking Technique. This was a supreme divine ability that could deceive fate, rewrite fate, and even seize the good fortune of others' fates and erase their fates. Thinking of this, the fate of fate controls the heavens. If I want to live, the heavens cannot seize it. A large amount of mysterious Tao runes surged out of his mind and transformed into a supreme divine power that could defy the heavens and change fate. This ability was due to the transformation of the Purple Chi Law Spirit. Its ability to control and communicate with the world had become stronger, and its ability to comprehend various divine powers had also undergone a transformation. Moreover, after comprehending the yin-yang change, his comprehension of the great Tao and divine powers had improved once again. This was another ability that he had obtained from the life shrinking technique. My fate is in my own hands, not the heavens. A supreme divine power of fate that could change fate enveloped Su Fong. In an instant, the astonishing power of the resurrected Zone Lord's shackles was useless to Su Fong. It was as if Su Fong was outside of heaven and earth, and no power could affect his fate. Then, Su Fong activated the sky-piercing rainbow shuttle. Enveloped by a golden rainbow and the divine power of fate, he charged out of the shackles of the Zone Lord's divine power and appeared tens of thousands of kilometers away in an instant. Puff! The golden rainbow dissipated and Su Fong's figure appeared. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood chi, and his appearance instantly turned into that of a man in his 50s. His aura became very weak. This was the life shrinking technique. Although it had changed Su Fong's fate, Su Fong had consumed more than half of his lifespan. After adjusting for a moment, he consumed the diluted spiritual liquid of the creation Saint Pill and fused it with his blood chi to restore his physical body. The blood chi and essence of the Patriarch of Sanskrit had been consumed by Su Fong, and there were no blood crystals left. The blood chi that Su Fong had devoured was what he had casually collected after killing Zhao Fan and the other two prodigies. He didn't expect it to be so useful at this time. At the same time, Su Fong began to size up his surroundings. This was the void outside the God world. The atmosphere was cold and desolate, and it was filled with the aura of death. Some scattered substances floated in the air, as well as star sand and nebulae. This was a material plane that was about the same size as Kuan Su's God world. It was shrouded in a monstrous aura of death. Even the weak power of the world in the void contained an aura of death. The material plane was filled with a deathly aura. Not a single cultivator could be seen from the inside to the outside. However, one could see the figures of resurrected powerhouses. There were also countless great demons in a frenzied state. They were engaged in a frenzied battle with the resurrected powerhouses and other great demons. The catastrophe brought about by the upheaval of heaven and earth has finally begun to sweep across the universe. Su Fong had seen this scene too many times in the small world and the great world. He didn't expect to see this scene in the universe. His heart suddenly became heavy. I wonder what kind of God world this is. The resurrected expert took advantage of the upheaval of heaven and earth to break the seal and control the land of the resting gods to escape into the void turbulence. Su Fong activated the sky-piercing rainbow shuttle and naturally didn't know where he was. Su Fong released a winged big goblin and slowly flew towards the God world. Roar, roar, roar. A dozen big goblins cruising in the void discovered Su Fong's existence. They immediately roared angrily and madly rushed toward Su Fong. 9 truths and 9 sons. Su Fong scanned the big goblin with his great perfection ability and saw that their bodies were burning with demon chi. Their eyes were crimson red, and they were in an uncontrollable frenzied state. Their strength was not low. The weakest among them was equivalent to the 5th heaven of the divine emperor realm. Sunflower water mermaid, fire lizard, I'll leave them to you. By Ling and Qing, you had swallowed a wisp of the power of creation and were currently in a state of transformation. They couldn't be disturbed, so Su Fong directly released the sunflower water mermaid and fire lizard, as well as hundreds of big goblin. They were all subdued in the land of the resting gods. In the land of the resting gods, the sunflower water mermaid and fire lizard didn't have a chance to use their abilities. Now that they finally had a chance, they were instantly excited and rushed over with hundreds of big goblin. The big goblin that had been affected by the upheaval of heaven and earth and had fallen into a frenzied frenzy didn't fear death at all. They fought madly with Su Fong's big goblin subordinates and were all killed in the end. However, Su Fong also lost more than 30 big goblin subordinates. These frenzied big goblin had not only lost their minds, but their demon chi and blood were also burning. They had also become much stronger. Chapter 2071. Leave this place. Su Fong's divine light changed as he hurriedly kept all the big goblin into his inner world. In terms of overall strength, if Su Fong used the yin-yang change, he would have the strength to kill an ordinary great realm master. The strength of his subordinates was also very shocking. Not only did he have more than 100,000 subordinates, but they were all elites who had survived the land of the gods. He also had the undead king, a resurrected expert who was comparable to a middle-level supreme god. However, although Su Fong had many subordinates, how could they fight against so many resurrected experts and the crazy big goblin? Moreover, even if he killed all the resurrected experts and big goblin, it would be meaningless. The 6th upheaval was full of crazy big goblins and resurrected experts. It was impossible to kill them all. Su Fong originally planned to find a place to recover in the god realm, and then break through to the 8th heaven of the godly emperor realm. Qingyu and Bai Ling were also about to break through. They did not expect the god realm to be occupied by the resurrected experts and crazy big goblin. Su Fong had to change his mind. I didn't expect the catastrophe to happen so quickly. I wonder how many god realms have become the territory of the resurrected experts. Su Fong's mood became very heavy. With the help of Su Fong's divine power, his subordinates, and Big Goblin in his inner world also saw the scene outside and fell into despair. Most of these subordinates were survivors of the land of the gods. They had thought that they would be safe after escaping the land of the gods. Who knew that the entire universe would become like this? Or was there any safe place? The only thing that made them feel at ease was that they had a master with heaven-defying talent. Moreover, he had nothing to say about the masters under his command. If they wanted to survive the calamity, they could only follow their master wholeheartedly. After Su Fong kept all the Big Goblin subordinates in his inner world, he activated the sky-piercing rainbow shuttle and quickly escaped the pursuit of the resurrected experts and Big Goblin. After passing through the intermittent nebulas, they finally entered a physical ruin at the edge of the nebula. If they continued to go deeper, they would enter the desolate and chaotic void of space. The natural spiritual chi of heaven and earth here was almost depleted, but Su Fong didn't care about it. After stepping on the ground, he immediately created layers of formations and took out 3 spirit veins and inserted them into the ground. Then, Su Fong released the undead king, the demon spirit, and the dragon bird to hide them physically, so that they wouldn't be disturbed during the breakthrough. Because the heaven-shrouding star banner could conceal the heavenly Tao, it couldn't be used during tribulation transcendence. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to worry about being disturbed by the outside world while activating this half-creation divine artifact. After everything was arranged properly, Su Fong released Qingyu and Bai Ling and asked them to find a place to break through, while he himself sat down cross-legged and swallowed elixirs to break through to a higher level. Su Fong had already reached the peak of the 7th heavenly layer in the resting land of the gods. At this time, he didn't need to spend much effort to release the seal in his body. With a chi sound, the tribulation chi exploded in his body. He hurriedly used all his strength to attack every corner of his body, and his body gradually burned with flames. At the same time, Su Fong also burned the 9 yang divine fire in the form of a fire cloud, burning crazily together with the tribulation fire. It burned his skin to ashes, and some impurities seeped out of his flesh and blood. There weren't many impurities in the placenta, mainly because Su Fong's divine body had fused with the chaotic chi. It was like a marrow cleansing, so there naturally weren't many impurities in the placenta. In the blazing tribulation fire, Su Fong's face was slightly distorted, but his eyes were like an ancient well without any ripples. There was neither pain nor joy. The tribulation fire continued to burn. After about 10 days, Bai Ling let out a cry, full of pain and excitement, ushering in the transformation of the divine tribulation. Sister Bai has broken through again. I reckon that after this promotion, her strength has stepped into the divine venerable realm, which is equivalent to a god. Su Fong, who was in the tribulation fire, revealed a gratified smile. He and Bai Ling were like siblings. They had supported each other from the small world until now. Bai Ling had also become an expert, so Su Fong was naturally very happy. The Big Goblin's tribulation was very dangerous, but Su Fong had nothing to worry about Bai Ling. She had the Chaos Ring, so this divine tribulation was nothing at all. Sure enough, as Su Fong had expected, the tribulation lightning was shattered by Bai Ling's chaotic power or the Chaos Ring, and she easily passed this transformation divine tribulation. Bai Ling landed on the ground and began to swallow pills to recover the consumption caused by the tribulation. 67356 at this moment. Roar. From the depths of the chaotic void, a shocking roar faintly came. Su Fong, who was in the tribulation fire, suddenly changed his divine light and immediately transmitted his primordial spirit to the undead lord, Gue Gue, and Long Yao. It's the chaos giant, be careful. A moment later, from the distant chaotic void outside the nebula, a chaotic torrent was set off. More than a dozen terrifying giants, who were hundreds of feet tall, stepped out of the torrent and went straight to the matter where Su Fong was. These giants were ugly like monsters with a violent aura. However, they were not monsters, but humans who lived in the chaotic void. They were not intelligent, but cruel by nature. They were born with the terrifying ability to survive in the chaotic void, and their strength was also extremely powerful. The dozen or so chaos giants that appeared at this time were all at the ultimate god realm. The smaller ones had the strength of a lower ultimate god, and the tallest one had the strength of a medium ultimate god. Su Fong had once encountered a chaos giant in the chaotic void. Its strength was at the level of a great realm lord, but he had to flee that time and almost lost his life. He did not expect so many chaos giants to suddenly appear and rush out of the chaotic void, which made Su Fong nervous. Su Fong was now at the critical moment of his advancement. Bai Ling had just advanced and was in a weak state, and Qingyu was also at the critical moment. The undead lord alone could not deal with so many chaos giants. This was dangerous. Undead lord, Gui, Gay, Long Niao, hold on for as long as you can. Su Fong gave the order to the undead lord, Gui Gui, and Long Niao. He also used all his strength to activate the illusory fire cloud and cooperate with the tribulation fire to speed up the advancement process. Boom, boom, boom. Some of the chaos giants were injured and seemed to have been stimulated by something. As soon as they rushed into the nebula, they launched a crazy attack on Su Fong. Fortunately, the formation created by Su Fong was very stable. In addition, the chaos giants had lived in the chaotic void for a long time. After entering the nebula, the chaos giants' strength was suppressed. Other than their amazing brute force, they could not use any magical powers and could not break the formation in a short time. However, if they waited for death like this, the chaos giants would break the formation sooner or later. Roar, roar, roar. Several chaos giants changed their attack method and found some materials in the surroundings. The larger materials were even 100 miles in size. They were forcefully carried by the chaos giants and smashed on the formation. The formation was finally shaken and shattered layer by layer. It was about to be broken. Second primordial spirit, go. A black Xian Guang shot out from between Su Fong's eyebrows. With a swoosh, it passed through the formation and hit the back of the head of a chaos giant who was attacking the formation. The chaos giant's body was extremely strong, far stronger than the big goblin of the same level. However, its primordial spirit was very weak. In addition, the primordial spirit of the second primordial spirit could crush a peak hierarch expert. How could this chaos giant be a match for the second primordial spirit? Soon, the second primordial spirit took control of the chaos giant's primordial spirit. Roar! All of a sudden, the chaos giant roared and launched a fierce attack on his companion. The chaos giant's intelligence was very limited. Under the influence of the evil force of the heaven and earth anomaly, its primordial spirit consciousness became manic. The sudden attack of the chaos giant, controlled by the second primordial spirit, made the other chaos giants even more manic and violent. Some of them attacked the formation madly, while others attacked each other. Boom! The formation suddenly shattered. 3 chaos giants went straight to Su Fong, Bai Ling, and Qingyu, who were in the formation. Kill! The undead king rolled up a monstrous aura of death and swept toward one of the chaos giants, crazily devouring its vitality. Gui Gui and Long Niao each entangled one of the chaos giants. Gui Gui kept spitting out poisonous fire and gas, causing the chaos giant to roar in pain. Long Niao's ability was mainly to restrain resurrected experts. Although it was a little difficult to fight a chaos giant comparable to a lower ultimate god, it was not enough to lose. 2 more chaos giants came. Su Fong saw this and immediately raised his eyebrows. He opened his mouth and spat out a fist-sized flame. Prehistoric inflammation. A terrifying flame divine power that could incinerate everything enveloped the 2 chaos giants. Prehistoric inflammation had the unique divine power that could burn everything. It caused the 2 chaos giants to burn from the inside out and let out painful and angry howls. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Cultivators and Big Goblin appeared in front of Su Fong. He had released all of his subordinates. Protect Master, kill! Pan Zong shouted loudly. More than 100,000 gods and Big Goblin roared in unison. They formed a formation and attacked the Chaos Giants. Except for the Chaos Giant, controlled by the second primordial spirit, which entangled the other two Chaos Giants, there were nearly 10 remaining Chaos Giants. All of them crazily attacked the material world. A bloody battle took place on the material world. The Chaos Giants had coarse skin and thick flesh. Their physical defense was amazing. In the face of the tide-like attacks of Su Fong's subordinates, they were seriously injured. However, it was not so easy to kill any of them. Among Su Fong's subordinates, there were constantly people dying, but none of them took a step back. This was because they knew that their master was behind them. Their master had saved their lives and provided them with resources that no other force could have. More importantly, if their master were to meet with misfortune, none of them would be able to survive the catastrophe. In the distant chaotic void, whoosh, a huge winged big goblin that was tens of thousands of feet long shuttled out of the chaotic torrent. It was a golden rock that exuded an ancient and vast demonic aura. More than a dozen figures stood on the golden rock's back. The leader was a man in a black robe. He had an ordinary appearance, but his deep eyes under his sharp eyebrows revealed a domineering and cold luster. Prince Tianpeng, Chapter 2072. If we can capture all of the Chaos Giants and make them our slaves, who will be more powerful than us in front of others? A young expert said with a smile. This person was none other than the young expert who had once saved Huang Lingyao. The Chaos Giants that lived in the Chaos Void were extremely powerful. Prince Tianpeng and the other youths had captured the Chaos Giants as prey. It showed how powerful and daring these geniuses were. At this moment, the catastrophe had already swept across the divine world. Which divine world wasn't focused on dealing with the resurrected experts and a crazy big goblin? However, these youths had entered the Chaos Void to capture the Chaos Giants for fun. It was enough to show that they were all rich playboys. Prince Tianpeng's sharp eyes looked at the matter in the nebula, as if he could see through everything in the world. Then, he laughed and said, I don't know where these unlucky fellows came from. They were besieged by the Chaos Giants. Luckily, they delayed the Chaos Giants. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so easy to capture them. After a few more glances, Prince Tianpeng's eyes flashed with surprise. It's him. I didn't expect to meet a genius from the Cyan Dome star field here. Moreover, this person is somewhat extraordinary. He actually has so many loyal subordinates. I underestimated him during the Holy Sun competition in the Cyan Dome star field. It turned out that Prince Tianpeng had found Su Fong, who was advancing. What kind of geniuses can there be in the Azure Dome star field? Even if there are one or two outstanding geniuses, they wouldn't dare to call themselves geniuses in front of Prince Tianpeng. The young expert took the opportunity to compliment him. Prince Tianpeng possesses the bloodline of the Tianpeng clan. His talent is extraordinary. All the peerless geniuses are trash in front of Prince Tianpeng. Prince Tianpeng is the #1 genius in all the worlds. The other geniuses also spoke, flattering and praising Prince Tianpeng. Let's go and take a look. When the Chaos Giants are exhausted, we will go and capture them all. As for that genius from the Cyan Dome star field, his life or death has nothing to do with me. Prince Tianpeng and the other youths jumped down from the Golden Demon Rock's huge body and flew towards Su Fong. The big goblin golden rock transformed into a golden-robed middle-aged man and followed behind them. When it was still 1,000 miles away from the material, a violent demonic aura shot up into the sky from the material and disappeared between heaven and earth. A moment later, tribulation clouds rolled in the sky, covering an area of 1,000 miles. It turned out that Xingyu was also about to break through and attracted the primal chaos deity Tribulation. Rock Demon? The heavenly Pengyang noble was startled. Shortly after, a bright light flashed in his eyes. To be able to attract such a large divine tribulation, this demonic rock is definitely not an ordinary demonic rock. This rock demon actually possesses the bloodline of the Kuan Peng. The eyes of the middle-aged man, transformed from the golden rock, shot out a terrifying golden light. The void in front of him collapsed layer by layer under his gaze. Then, the golden rock knelt down and begged the heavenly Peng young noble. I beg Master to help me obtain the bloodline of the Kuan Peng in that rock demon. This way, I may also possess the innate ability to transform into a Kuan. I have a chance to become a rock, or even a peak existence among the winged demon gods. Since it is useful to you, how can I not help you? The heavenly Peng young noble nodded. His tone was casual, as if Qing Yu was already in his bag. There is actually a crane demon. The young expert by Ling noticed. Although crane demons are common, a crane demon that can grow to such a height is extremely rare. If I can tame it, it will be good to make it into a dancer. The heavenly Peng young noble smiled and said, Nanmin Zhe, I didn't expect you to be interested in the big goblin. How perverted. Why don't you give me that maidservant of yours who ascended from the great world, and I'll help you capture that crane demon. At the same time, I'll help you capture a primal chaos beast. How about it? It's a deal. 67356. The young expert named Nanmin Zhe readily agreed. At this time, the tribulation fire on Su Fang's body gradually extinguished. The aura on his body was no longer at the 7th layer, but the 8th layer. The 8th layer of the godly emperor realm. The lifespan that Su Fang had used to activate the heavenly secret life shrinking technique had also become 40 years old because of this promotion. He was much younger, but he was still far from reaching his true peak state. Moreover, there was no trace of excitement on Su Fang's face. The deaths of his subordinates had already caused his killing intent to soar to the sky. When the promotion had just ended, whoosh, a blood-red silhouette flashed out of Su Fang's body and disappeared into nothingness. The next moment, the shadow abruptly appeared behind a chaos giant. It ignored the giant's aura and physical defense and drilled into his body. After swallowing a part of his blood and qi, it drilled out and flew back into Su Fang's body. Su Fang quickly swallowed the chaos giant's blood and qi, and then formed a seal to shatter the inside of his body and turn it into a blood state. With the momentum of reincarnation, he quickly merged with the chaos giant's blood and qi after a few cycles. Su Fang's face rapidly became a few years younger at a speed visible to the naked eye. What Su Fang did not expect was that the chaos giant's blood and qi contained a trace of chaos qi. This was not surprising. The chaos giant grew in the chaos void and relied on the chaos qi. Su Fang directly absorbed this chaos qi into his divine dwelling and quickly stabilized his unstable realm. Continue, blood shadow, doppelganger. Su Fang's eyes flashed with a ruthless color, and the blood shadow flashed out of his body again. The chaos giant's blood and qi was incomparably majestic. However, Su Fang's blue sky underworld magic blood shadow doppelganger's ability to swallow blood and qi was also incomparably shocking and strange. Ordinary defenses were simply unable to work. Hiss, hiss. The blood shadow doppelganger had drilled in and out of the giant's body over 100 times. The giant's huge body had become as thin as firewood, looking like a huge skeleton. He staggered and almost lost his ability to fight. Su Fang had obtained the chaos giant's blood and qi from the blood shadow doppelganger, and his life aura had finally recovered to its peak state. Everyone back off! Su Fang shouted in a domineering and cold manner. Pan Zong and his subordinates, including the big goblin, were already exhausted fighting against such a powerful chaos giant. More than 100,000 deities and big goblin, nearly 10,000 of them had died, and almost all of them were injured. Hearing Su Fang's order, many of his subordinates retreated like a tide. At this time, Su Fang had to face 6 chaos giants at the same time. Giant Diamond Body. The 6 chaos giants were 6 lower ultimate gods who had surpassed the divine emperor realm. In the face of such a powerful enemy, Su Fang did not choose to dodge. Instead, he took a step forward and a golden breath began to spread out. Clap, clap, clap. The golden electric current flowed on Su Fang's body. Mysterious golden heavenly marks burst out from his meridians, flesh, and even his hair. His body suddenly grew larger. After a breath of time, Su Fong had transformed into a golden giant that was hundreds of meters tall. His holy and powerful golden aura made the chaos giant feel an instinctive fear and subconsciously slowed down. Mighty divine palm. Su Fong's arm shook and struck out golden palm prints, shaking the 6 chaos giants. Each of them spat out blood, and their bodies were broken. Although the chaos giants were not very intelligent, it did not mean that they were not afraid of death. In the face of Su Fong's terrifying attack, each of them turned around and fled. Su Fong did not chase after them. He turned around and attacked the chaos giants who were fighting with the dragon bird, Gui Gui, and the undead king. Out of the 3 chaos giants, 2 of them escaped with serious injuries, while the other one was severely injured by Su Fong and was shackled with shackles. The rest of the chaos giants did not dare to stay any longer and left the material world. A chaos giant controlled by the 2nd primordial spirit also left. Undead King, I'll leave this resurrected giant to you. Take it and perform the sacrificial technique to increase your strength as soon as possible. Su Fong rolled the shackled chaos giant to the Undead King. The Undead King was overjoyed and took the chaos giant to find a place to perform the sacrificial technique. Out of the dozens of chaos giants who were comparable to lower-level ultimate gods, 2 were suppressed by Su Fong and his subordinates, while the rest escaped. Su Fong's display of such terrifying strength caused Prince Tian Peng, Nanmin Zhe, and the others who were watching from afar to be deeply shocked. They even forgot to chase after those primal chaos giants. After a dozen breaths, the heavenly Peng Young Master exclaimed, I remember that this person should be called Su Fong. Although his performance in the God-Sun competition in the Cyan Dome Star area was outstanding, he was not worthy of my attention. I did not expect him to become so powerful in such a short time. Nanmin Zhe said helplessly, It seems that my Demon Crane Dancer and Demon Rock are hopeless. Prince, the golden rock under Prince Tian Peng became anxious. Prince Tian Peng snorted and hesitated. A young man said, Not only is this person using an evil technique, but he also has a resurrected expert as his subordinate. He must be an evil cultivator. Given young Master Tian Peng's status, as long as young Master reveals your identity and asks for Demon Peng and Demon Crane. If he refuses to agree, then you have no choice but to exterminate him. This is not the Azure Dome Star Field, but your territory. That's right. Let's go and meet this peerless genius from the Green Dome Star Field. Prince Tian Peng shouted domineeringly and flew toward material sky. Su Fong had already sensed the presence of Prince Tian Peng and the others with his complete realm ability. Seeing them rushing toward him, Su Fong raised his eyebrows and said in a cold voice, My friend is undergoing a tribulation. Please stop. If you come any closer, don't blame me for being merciless. Prince Tian Peng said majestically, I am the young lord of the heavenly Peng divine world. I have no evil intentions. I just want to make a deal with you. I am willing to give you satisfactory conditions in exchange for Demon Rock, who is undergoing a tribulation. Get lost. Chapter 2073. The heavenly Peng Prince's words touched Su Fong's reverse scale, and his tone was filled with killing intent. How dare you? Do you know who the heavenly Peng Prince is? How dare you be so rude to him? A country bumpkin from the Azure Dome Star Field doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The youths behind the heavenly Peng Prince all shouted angrily. You know I'm from the Azure Dome Star Field? Have you seen these people before? Su Fong was surprised. He used his perfect perfection stage ability to examine these geniuses. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Nanmin Zhe's aura immediately caused the Tao runes of the life, shrinking art, to flash rapidly in his mind. Finally, they condensed into Huang Lingyao's image. Huang Lingyao? I didn't expect this person to have Huang Lingyao's aura of destiny. These people know me. Could it be that Huang Lingyao exposed my identity? Su Fong guessed. With Huang Lingyao's ruthlessness, it was definitely possible for him to do such a thing. The heavenly Peng Prince shouted coldly, Su Fong, you probably don't know the heavenly Peng Divine World's fame, right? I'll tell you now. The heavenly Peng Divine World is one of the top 10 great worlds in the universe. Even 100 Azure Dome Divine Worlds can't compare to the heavenly Peng Divine World. I've taken a fancy to your demonic Peng and am willing to make a deal with you. This is your fortune. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. At this moment, Qingyu's tribulation was at a critical moment. Bolts of divine lightning descended, causing the nebula to tremble and shatter layers of matter. Su Fang couldn't help but worry about Qingyu. He became even more impolite to the heavenly Peng Prince. I'll say it again. Whoever dares to come within 50 kilometers will be killed without mercy. Arrogant. The golden Peng behind the heavenly Peng Prince flashed and instantly appeared less than 3 kilometers away from Su Fang. In this desolate nebula, the golden Peng was in human form, but its speed was as if it had teleported. Its strength was truly shocking. Then a monstrous explosion of demonic qi swept towards Su Fang, causing the space to tremble and surge like stormy waves. What a powerful demon rock! It's much more powerful than Qingyu. Su Fang's eyes under his eyebrows revealed a look of shock. The golden rock's demonic aura was no weaker than that of a medium ultimate god. Moreover, it possessed the spatial talent. If it transformed into its true demon body, its strength would surpass a medium ultimate god and reach the upper ultimate god level. World Yin-Yang godly might. Su Fang did not dare to be careless. As soon as he came, he activated the world in his body and released the Yin and Yang divine might of the world outside of heaven and earth. Puff! The space power of the golden rock's explosion collided with Su Fang's Yin and Yang power of the world, causing a muffled sound. It felt as if two divine worlds had collided. Su Fang's Yin and Yang divine power of the world was shaken and shattered layer by layer, while the golden rock's divine power of the space also turned into nothingness layer by layer. Suppress. Su Fang quickly formed the flower of the heavenly way. Then, with the support of the Yin and Yang power of the world, the supreme heavenly way's divine power of the six great Tao essences enveloped the golden rock and formed a terrifying aura that could crush everything. What divine power is this? The golden rock exclaimed in shock. A layer of blood qi and demonic aura gushed out from his body and burned with a boom. With the help of this burning power, he escaped the fate of being crushed and escaped 100 miles away. The arrogance on the faces of the heavenly Peng Prince and the others immediately vanished. They looked at Su Fang with eyes filled with shock and fear. This golden rock was Prince Tianpeng's mount. Its strength was far stronger than those primal chaos giants. Unexpectedly, in less than 10 breaths of time, it was almost suppressed by Su Fang. This proved that Su Fang had the strength to fight against a great world master. Prince Tianpeng had the eye divine power. His eye power could see through things that others could not. He could see at a glance that Su Fang's power was not from nature, but from his own inner world. Moreover, his flower of the heavenly way was formed by the condensation of the six great Tao essences. 67356. What did this mean? It meant that Su Fang had not only grasped the essence of the six great Tao essences, but also fused the essence of the six great Tao essences into one. This meant that Su Fang's understanding of the great Tao essences had reached the level of a high-level ultimate god, or even higher. A celestial being of the eighth sky of the godly emperor realm was one level higher than the celestial being of the eighth sky. How unbelievable was that? Prince Tianpeng was only at the first heaven of ultimate god. Moreover, his comprehension of the great Tao essences was due to his heavenly rock bloodline. Therefore, his comprehension of the great Tao essences was unparalleled. This was what Prince Tianpeng was most proud of. However, in front of Su Fang, it was not at the same level. This person cannot be allowed to live. Prince Tianpeng's deep eyes were filled with seriousness and jealousy. Then, they flashed with a cold light. Grand Uncle Qing Su, please take action. As soon as Prince Tianpeng's voice fell, a green light flashed out from the void and condensed into a green-robed old man. The old man looked skinny and had a hooked nose. His eyes were extremely deep, as if they were hiding the endless void. His aura was also empty, as if he was one with the void. This person was obviously a peerless expert who cultivated the space great Tao, and his cultivation had surpassed the ultimate God realm. Prince Tian Peng dared to wander around the chaotic void because he had such a peerless ultimate God expert by his side. Prince Tian Peng's identity is indeed extraordinary to have such a peerless expert by his side. Although he's not as strong as the Blue Dome Domain Lord, he's definitely an expert on the same level. Su Feng realized that he had caused a lot of trouble. However, he did not regret it since trouble had come knocking on his door. He was fearless. Facing a peerless expert who had surpassed the ultimate God realm, even if he used the yin-yang transformation with his own strength, it would be difficult to contend against him. The only way was to join hands with Shu Wanjin and use the yin-yang transformation with the Origin's sacred mirror. Young Lord, the clan has appointed me as your Tao protector. I will not take action unless it's a critical moment. This is not a moment of life and death. Why did you call me out? The green-robed old man showed displeasure and coldly shouted at Prince Tianpeng. Prince Tianpeng pointed at Su Feng and said, "This person is Su Feng, an evil cultivator. He dared to look down on our clan and almost killed the Golden Peng. Therefore, I have to ask Granduncle to take action. An evil cultivator looking down on our clan? Then his death is not to be regretted." The green-robed old man said coldly as he looked at Su Feng. There was a black hole slowly rotating in the depths of his eyes. Suddenly, the green-robed old man suddenly thought of something and asked Prince Tianpeng, "What is this person's name?" Prince Tianpeng answered truthfully, "His name is Su Feng from the Azure Dome star field. He has no powerful background, so Granduncle Qing Su naturally has not heard of his name." Su Feng? The green-robed old man's expression changed slightly. "It's really him. Young Lord, you almost brought disaster to our clan." "Disaster?" Prince Tianpeng was surprised. The other youths also looked surprised. "Young Lord, you'd better not provoke this person. Leave quickly." The green-robed old man released a spatial divine power that enveloped Prince Tianpeng, the Golden Peng, and the other youths. He stepped into the void and disappeared. He actually left. Su Feng was surprised. He thought that there would be an unavoidable life and death battle. He did not expect it to be resolved so inexplicably. He kept Gui, Long Niao, and his other subordinates into his inner world. This time, he had lost nearly 10,000 subordinates for no reason. Su Feng was also heartbroken. He had just escaped from the hands of a revived area lord and was attacked by primal chaos. This was the disaster brought about by the catastrophe. Su Feng also personally experienced the cruelty of the catastrophe. About 3 months later, under Su Feng's watch, Qing Yu finally completed his tribulation. Although he was heavily injured and had almost exhausted his energy, he was still very excited. Su Feng hurriedly kept Qing Yu into his body and entered the Cavern of Time with Bai Ling to devour pills. At the same time, Su Feng stripped the primal chaos giant's blood qi, which was mostly devoured by the blood shadow doppelganger. This allowed Bai Ling and Qing Yu to quickly recover and stabilize their normal state. The undead king also completed his sacrifice. Sacrificing living beings to cultivate was a supreme evil technique. Through the sacrifice, the supreme evil god could absorb the life energy of the sacrifice, and the person who sacrificed would obtain the power bestowed by the evil god. It was like a transaction. This time, the undead king sacrificed a primal chaos giant. In a short period of time, his cultivation level rose to the peak of the 6th heaven of the ultimate god realm. Moreover, his ability to control the death qi and use evil divine powers became even stronger. The method of reviving experts to become stronger is so evil and so fast. The catastrophe of the universe will only become more and more intense. Su Feng sighed. After letting the undead king absorb the death qi, Su Feng also sat down cross-legged. He cultivated while waiting for Qing Yu to return to his normal state. Then, He would use Qing Yu's supreme talent to roam the universe to find a divine realm, and then find a way to return to the azure dome star field. In the resting land of the gods, Su Feng saved young Master Tianwu and Bai Holan from Jiwuji. At this time, the two of them had already regained consciousness, but were still in a severely injured state. The main reason was that their primordial spirits were injured by Jiwuji's great Tao of heavenly sound divine powers. They would not be able to recover in a short period of time. After learning about what happened from Su Feng, the two of them rejoiced and were naturally very grateful to Su Feng. About 1,000 years passed by. On this day, Su Feng suddenly opened his eyes. Immediately, a burst of tribulation chi broke out from his aura and formed a burning momentum. It turned out that Su Feng had fused with most of the blood chi and energy of a primal chaos giant, especially the primal chaos chi contained in the primal chaos giant's body. In just 1,000 years, he was about to break through to the 8th heaven. The tribulation chi quickly turned into flames and engulfed him, burning wildly. Soon, it was met with destruction and impact as some impurities surged out. Day after day, the process continued for 3 months before it finally ended. Chapter 2074. After ascending to the heavens, Su Feng had cultivated for less than 200,000 years, even if the time he cultivated in the time cave was included. Now, he had reached the 9th heaven of the divine emperor realm. Excellent color East Fangwen learned DF99 co-hand hit /P and AP with the cultivation of the 9th heaven of the divine emperor realm. Su Feng could be regarded as an ordinary realm lord in the heavens. P is almost equal to such an achievement was enough to make Su Feng stand above all the peerless geniuses in the heavens. P is almost equal to, however, Su Feng was not very happy. Instead, he felt a sense of urgency. In the face of the catastrophe brought about by the change of heaven and earth, his strength was far from enough. P is almost equal to next. Su Feng kept swallowing elixirs and spiritual objects to consolidate his cultivation of the 9th heaven. P is almost equal now. Su Feng did not have many resources. He had used nearly 30% of the ordinary resources he had cheated from Sanskrit to cultivate the yin-yang change. Before the 3rd round of the competition among the divine sons in the Cyan Dome Star area, he had bet 30% on himself. Now, he only had 30% or 40% left. P is almost equal to these low-level elixirs and resources could only be used by Su Feng to cultivate the yin-yang change. He could not use them to cultivate other cultivation methods and the experts under his command. P is almost equal to, as for other resources, they had been consumed over the years. Even the divine elixir of creation only had 2 left. P is almost equal to now that he had more subordinates and the world had changed, all kinds of resources became scarce. P is almost equal to, I have to think of a way to get resources. Otherwise, I will just sit there and eat. Su Feng began to have a headache because of the lack of resources. P is almost equal to about 200 years passed in the blink of an eye. P is almost equal to Huff. P and AP3 chaos giants rushed out of the distant chaotic void and went straight to Su Feng. P is almost equal to they came to the material world. P is almost equal to the 3 chaos giants suddenly knelt down and said vaguely to Su Feng, Master. P is almost equal to Whoosh. P is almost equal to his 2nd primordial spirit flew out from between the eyebrows of a chaos giant, burrowed into Su Feng's head, and merged with his primordial spirit. P is almost equal to great, this is great. I didn't expect my 2nd primordial spirit to control 3 chaos giants. This means I have 3 more ultimate god subordinates. P is almost equal to Su Feng was very happy, and his face was full of smiles. P is almost equal to it turned out that after possessing a chaos giant, his 2nd primordial spirit had mixed in with the other chaos giants and fled into the chaotic void. P is almost equal to, over the years, his 2nd primordial spirit had taken the opportunity to use the charm god soul assimilation seal to control the 2 primordial spirits. P is almost equal to with 3 more chaos giants under his command. Su Feng's overall strength suddenly skyrocketed. Coupled with his own strength, He was almost equivalent to an ordinary realm lord. P is almost equal to with the improvement of their overall strength. Their ability to protect themselves in the catastrophe would naturally increase. How could Su Fong not be overjoyed? P is almost equal to he continued to consolidate his cultivation. At the same time, he cultivated the 9 yang transformations and comprehended the yin-yang transformation. P is almost equal to the yin-yang transformation was really mysterious. It gave Su Fong a feeling of boundless vastness. The higher the degree of comprehension, the greater the power and the less the consumption. P is almost equal to, since the last yin-yang dual cultivation, Shu Wanjin had not appeared again. Su Fong entered the space in the center of the ancient mirror and transmitted his thoughts, but it was like throwing a stone into the sea. Shu Wanjin should still be comprehending, so Su Fong did not disturb her. P is almost equal to another 10 years passed. P is almost equal to Qing Yu finally stabilized his demon power. P is almost equal to Su Fong released Qing Yu from the cavern of time and space. He was ready to leave here and find a big world to return to the Azure Dome star field. P is almost equal to Buzz. P is almost equal to suddenly. Some mysterious Tao runes from fate flashed in his mind. P is almost equal to Heaven's secret life shrinking technique. P is almost equal to someone is sensing my aura. Someone is sensing my aura from far away. Who is this person? It's the domain lord beside young master Tian Peng. P is almost equal to in Su Fong's heart. A sharp aura suddenly condensed. P is almost equal to all these years. Someone had been sensing his fate aura in the depths of the nebula. Su Fong guessed that it was young master Tian Peng's subordinate. P is almost equal to Su Fong did not care about it. He had already recovered his strength. The big goblin and experts under him had also recovered. Even if a peak hierarch expert attacked him, Su Fong would not care about it. He could even use the yin-yang transformation to kill him. P is almost equal to Su Fong wasn't worried about the peerless hierarch realm expert beside Prince Tianpeng. Even if he wasn't a match for the peerless hierarch realm expert, it would be easy for him to escape with Qing Yu's innate ability. P is almost equal to just when Su Fong was about to hide his aura and leave the matter. The void within 100,000 li away from him suddenly twisted and spun crazily, forming a spinning top-shaped spatial storm. P is almost equal to how terrifying would a spatial storm be when the void within 100,000 li was twisted. P is almost equal to Su Fong's divine light changed instantly. He did not expect the strength of the green-clothed old man beside young Master Tian Peng to be so shocking. P is almost equal to the spatial storm created by the Space Great Tao technique was not directed at Su Fong. However, the spatial storm in the distance released a terrifying shackling force that affected the surrounding space within 100,000 li. P is almost equal to it was like a huge monster suddenly opened its mouth. A terrifying shackling force, tearing and pulling force enveloped Su Fong, Qing Yu, and the matter and nebula around them. P is almost equal to the shackling force was extremely terrifying. Su Fong could not even take out his divine tool. If Qing Yu did not explode his demonic qi in time to form a spatial defense around him, he would have been torn to pieces by the terrifying spatial power. P is almost equal to with a who sound. He was sucked into the center of the spatial storm and disappeared without a trace. P is almost equal to, in the chaotic void, two figures stood in the air. A spatial divine aura enveloped the two of them, causing the chaotic shackling force to have no effect on them. Both of them looked calm and composed. P is almost equal to these two people were young Master Tian Peng and the green-clothed old man called Qing Su. P is almost equal to Su Fong. I have no enmity with you. I do not blame you for being rude to me. If you want to blame someone, blame your cultivation talent for being too heaven-defying. Even I am ashamed of my inferiority. For a lowly god like you to have outstanding talent is also a crime punishable by death. P is almost equal to young Master Tian Peng said domineeringly. His eyes were filled with satisfaction. P is almost equal to the green-clothed old man nodded. This child will die without a doubt. Not only will the young master have one less strong opponent, but the G people and the Sanskrit will also owe our clan a great favor. In the future, when the calamity intensifies, many ancient god clans will form an alliance. Our clan will have two more powerful reinforcements. P is almost equal to young master Tian Peng asked in confusion. Granduncle Ching Su, with your strength, you could have easily killed him that day. Why did you go through so much trouble? P is almost equal to, you probably don't know. At the critical moment of the battle for the position of the god child in the Azure Dome Star field, the heavens and earth changed. This caused all the geniuses, including Ji Wuji, to fall into a world where a powerful domain lord resurrected experts. P is almost equal to Su Fong is on the primeval chaos golden roll. Therefore, it can be determined that he is not dead. He is still on the primeval chaos golden roll and has received special attention from many supreme experts in the universe. As long as you find him, you will be sent to the Yuan Tiangong to receive guidance from many supreme experts and enjoy the treatment of the top geniuses in the universe. P is almost equal to, at this moment, Su Fong's primeval chaos golden roll guardian is not only Tsangyan Hai, Mo Tiangong, and Sheng Wuji, but also a top expert in the universe. Once you attack him, you will be sensed. At that time, not only me, but also the heavenly Peng Divine clan will face the wrath of many supreme experts. P is almost equal to the green-clothed old man's words shocked young Master Tianpeng. The jealousy in his eyes became more intense. P is almost equal to, now that Su Fong has died in the chaotic void, the universe has one less peerless genius. Young Master, let's go. P is almost equal to the green-clothed old man, snorted inexplicably, and brought young Master Tian Peng into the void. P is almost equal to in the center of the vast and endless spatial storm. P is almost equal to the terrifying spatial pressure formed a powerful spatial airflow. Everything was broken down into the tiniest particles and finally turned into nothingness. P is almost equal to moreover. The spatial position was moving and changing rapidly without any rules or trajectories. It made spatial distance lose its meaning. Even if Su Fong used the sky-piercing rainbow shuttle, it would be difficult to use it. P is almost equal to the green-clothed old man of the heavenly Peng Divine clan used the supreme great Tao of space to trigger a natural explosion of divine power. Su Fong could only feel his own insignificance and was powerless to resist. P is almost equal to the spatial defense released by Qing used demonic Qi was shattered layer by layer in the spatial storm. In the end, it shrank to only 10 feet in size. P is almost equal to Su Fong. I will let you witness your brother's supreme great Tao of space. Kuan transformation. P is almost equal to with a domineering shout. Qing Yu sucked Su Fong into the space in his stomach. P is almost equal to roar. P is almost equal to a roar that didn't sound like a flying big goblin, but more like a divine beast's roar burst out from Qing Yu's mouth. P is almost equal to the violent spatial storm in the surrounding hundreds of miles was as violent as the surface of the sea, but it was suppressed by Qing Yu's demonic Qi. P is almost equal to Qing Yu's god body suddenly changed. In just a blink of an eye, he had turned from a human to a black, fish-like monster that was 100,000 miles long. It gave people the feeling that it could cross the galaxy. It was boundless. P is almost equal to Kuan transformation. P is almost equal to Qing Yu used his most powerful great Tao of space to transform into a divine beast, the giant Kuan. P is almost equal to whoosh. P is almost equal to the huge fish that Qing Yu transformed and shook the galaxy with its giant tail. Its incomparably huge body swam out like a whale, and the void was a sea for it to roam freely. P is almost equal to Qing Yu, who had transformed into a Kuan, was able to swim freely in the space storm that could even kill Hierarch realm experts. The space storm was like a torrent, constantly hitting the giant Kuan's body, but it was unable to cause any damage to him. P is almost equal to Su Fong, in Qing Yu's body, saw this scene with the help of his divine power, and was extremely shocked by Qing Yu's terrifying innate ability. P is almost equal to Qing Yu didn't know how long he had been swimming in the spatial storm, but with a whoosh, he was like a big fish leaping out of the calm sea, shuttling out of the void. P is almost equal to Boom. P is almost equal to the giant Kuan bumped into a 1,000-mile-long floating object. Like a bubble on the surface of the sea, this object was crushed by the green feather. P is almost equal to, after sliding forward for tens of millions of miles and smashing countless objects, the giant Kuan finally stopped, and then quickly shrank into the appearance of a middle-aged man in a green robe. P is almost equal to Qing Yu seemed to have consumed a lot of energy. His demonic qi was weak, and his face was pale, but there was a supreme, domineering aura on his face. P is almost equal to Su Fong, came out of Qing Yu's body and took him into the time cave to recover. P is almost equal to there is matter, and there is also the power of the world. It should not be too far away from the divine realm. Don't come to the divine realm that is occupied by resurrected experts and the big goblin like last time. P is almost equal to, after sensing for a while, Su Fong activated his great perfection realm ability, and at the same time, used the life-shrinking technique to project his sensing ability. P is almost equal to. Chapter 2075. Young Master Tian Peng. I, Su Fong, will remember this debt. Su Fong's heart surged with murderous intent when he thought of the danger he had encountered. Su Fong separated his son's spirit and entered the time cave. Seeing that Qing Yu was only exhausted and not injured, Su Fong was relieved. If not for Qing Yu, Su Fong would not have been able to survive even if he had supreme abilities like the yin-yang transformation and the life-shrinking technique, as well as powerful divine weapons. He then asked young Master Tianwu and Bai Holon. They also did not know about young Master Tian Peng and the heavenly Peng divine realm. After all, they were born in the Azure Dome star field. The universe was too vast. It was normal for them not to know about a divine realm. Sun Qi, Su Fong's son's spirit, entered the Xuanhuan Six Paths Pagoda. Su Fong, I didn't expect you to be the one to save me. After staying in the Xianhuang Six Paths Pagoda for so many years, Sun Qi had recovered a little. However, he was still far from his peak condition. Ji Wuji had injured him too severely. Sun Qi looked at Su Fong with eyes full of gratitude. However, there's also vigilance and caution hidden in the depths of his eyes. This Sun Qi is an extraordinary person, Su Fong praised in his heart. Then he said, when you recover from your injuries and find a divine realm, I will let you leave. I won't try to gain anything from you. You don't have to be wary of me. Sun Qi smiled embarrassedly after being seen through by Su Fong. He then asked Su Fong about what happened in the land of resting gods. After listening to Su Fong's casual description, Sun Qi was shocked. He was full of admiration for Su Fong. Su Fong asked, Sun Qi, do you know young Master Tian Peng? Young Master Tian Peng? Sun Qi's sword-like eyebrows rose. I've heard of him before. Sun Qi nodded. He is the young master of the heavenly Peng divine realm. The heavenly Peng divine realm is a force of the divine realm established by the heavenly Peng divine race. They're quite famous in the universe. The heavenly Peng divine race is also a branch of the divine phoenix ancient race. Young Master Tian Peng actually has such a great background. Did you offend the heavenly Peng divine race? Su Fong touched the tip of his nose. There was a small conflict. Sun Qi chuckled. You're not even afraid of the Sanskrit and G people, so why would you be afraid of the Tian Peng celestial race? However, you better be careful. The Tian Peng celestial race has close ties with the ancient celestial races like the Sanskrit and G people. I understand. After retrieving the Yang spirit, Su Fong temporarily put aside the matter of the heavenly Peng young master. They flew in the void for about 3 months. A floating continent appeared in the range of Su Fong's perfect vision. It turned out to be a dangerous place. Its area was much smaller than a small world, and it looked very strange. It was covered by half of the seven-colored starlight, as if it was a large continent covered by a rainbow. The seven-colored starlight looked like an incomplete rainbow. No one knew why it had appeared. Moreover, this rainbow was like a barrier, releasing a type of protective divine might that protected the entire object. Most of the continent was a desolate ruin. There was a canyon abyss in the center. There were trees and forests in it, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was abundant. However, there was also an evil demonic aura. Surrounding the abyss, there were floating cities and mountains. Gods could be seen entering and exiting from them. I finally see a place where people live. Su Fong immediately became excited. 67356, after entering the material continent, he sensed that the floating cities and mountains were crowded with people. Their auras were also very mixed. Obviously, they came from various divine realms. Su Fong thought for a moment and understood. After the upheaval, who knew how many divine realms have been attacked by the resurrected experts and the crazy big goblin? This dangerous place had become a refuge. However, this was obviously not a safe place. Crazy big goblin constantly rushed out of the abyss and attacked the cities crazily. In the end, they were all suppressed by the gods in the cities. What surprised Su Fong was that there were about 1 million gods living on a mountain range. Their auras were similar, and they should be from the same cultivation family. What Su Fong found strange was that these auras actually had a sense of déjà vu. In the universe, there were not many people that Su Fong was familiar with. There were so many gods on the mountain range. It was indeed a little strange. Then, Su Fong used his great perfection ability to sense the interior of the abyss. He could sense rich spiritual energy, demonic aura, and the deathly aura of the resurrected experts. However, there were not many of them. Su Fong could also sense the existence of a large number of spiritual objects from the cliffs and the forests at the bottom of the abyss. As there were many big goblin in the abyss who had fallen into a state of madness, there are almost no traces of gods. It just so happens that I lack resources. The spiritual objects in this abyss are all ownerless anyway. They all belong to me. At the same time, I can also suppress some powerful big goblin to strengthen my overall strength. Su Fong made up his mind and gave up on the idea of entering the cities. Instead, he went straight to the abyss. Roar! A big goblin covered in black scales pounced at Su Fong from the abyss. Su Fong grabbed the air, and the blood aura in his palms surged. The blood aura of this big goblin, which was comparable to a third firmament celestial god, was instantly sucked clean by Su Fong. Only its skin and bones were left as it fell into the abyss. Su Fong condensed the blood aura of the big goblin into blood crystals and stored them. Then, he went to the bottom of the abyss. Along the way, he encountered many crazy big goblins, but they were all killed by Su Fong and refined into blood crystals. He approached a hinterland filled with demonic aura. Then, he used his great perfection ability to sense it. It turned out that it was a demonic python whose strength had reached the third firmament celestial emperor realm. This demonic python's strength was extraordinary. It was definitely an overlord at the bottom of the abyss. Su Fong originally planned to subdue this demonic python, but who knew that this demonic python was in a half-mad state. Subduing it would be meaningless, so he killed it mercilessly. Its blood aura and demonic aura all became cultivation materials for Su Fong's big goblin. Su Fong entered the demonic python's lair and took a look. There was a foul stench inside, and bones were everywhere. There were big goblins and human cultivators' bones. He swept out a divine aura and swept away the foul stench, bones, and feces in the lair. Then, Su Fong created a formation around the lair and temporarily used it as a place to cultivate. Swoosh! Swoosh! Su Fong released all the deities and big goblin subordinates, as long as they were not injured. The mission Su Fong gave them was simple, and that was to train. They would use this abyss as a place to train their troops. They would collect spiritual items, resources, and kill big goblin as the result of their training. His subordinates were very excited. Under the organization of Pan Zong and other experts, they scattered in groups in the abyss. The bottom of the abyss covered an area of millions of miles. More than 100,000 cultivators and big goblins scattered in, and soon disappeared without a trace. Bai Ling also brought along the sunflower water mermaid and fire lizard to train. Their targets were, of course, those high-level spiritual items and powerful big goblin. Just in case, Su Fang also released the Undead King to deal with any unexpected situations. After settling down, Su Fang settled down in the lair and condensed the flower of heavenly path. He used the yin-yang change to absorb the natural aura of heaven and earth and the power of the world. At this time, Su Fang used the yin-yang change to absorb the natural aura of heaven and earth. The consumption was not as great as before, and the amount of chaotic aura refined was also more. However, directly using the yin-yang change to absorb matter or death aura still consumed a lot of energy. The loss outweighed the gain. The natural aura of heaven and earth and the power of the world constantly flowed into the lair and turned into chaotic aura to help Su Fang improve his cultivation and the power of yin and yang in the world tree. Very quickly, more than 1,000 years had passed in the process of settling down. The spiritual items and resources at the bottom of the abyss were almost all looted by Su Fang's subordinates. The harvest could be said to be bountiful, and they also suppressed many big goblin. However, Su Fang could not use the spiritual items and resources collected. The big goblin were also some heavenly gods, and very few of them had reached the divine emperor realm. However, the amount of spiritual items and resources collected was extremely shocking. Su Fang asked the alchemy experts under him to start refining elixirs for his subordinates to cultivate. As for the big goblin, they were shackled by Su Fang and handed over to Pan Zong to deal with. Su Fang's cultivation was gradually approaching the peak of the ninth heaven. At this time, he had already reached the peak of the hierarch realm in the realm of Great Tao. He only needed to absorb the natural aura of heaven and earth's essence to increase his cultivation and constantly accumulate energy. Su Fang used the yin-yang change to convert the chaotic aura, which was the origin chi of heaven and earth and the universe. Although the vast amount of spiritual aura and the world's essence could only be refined into a trace, the effect of Su Fang's cultivation was 10 times or even 100 times better than before. It was impossible for his cultivation speed not to be fast. Qin Yu also absorbed a lot of chaotic aura and quickly recovered to his peak state. Even the prehistoric inflammation, Gui, and Long Niao also obtained some chaotic aura, and their strength was increasing at an astonishing speed. On this day, Su Fang was comprehending the yin-yang change in the Cavern of Time. His sun spirit, who was paying attention to the commotion outside, sensed that there were more than a dozen gods flying in his direction. Behind them were thousands of bat-like big goblin with wings. One of the gods fell behind due to his lack of strength and was instantly devoured by the big goblin until not even his bones were left. Why are the aura of these gods so familiar? Su Fang's original body was surprised. These gods were led by a woman who looked to be about 17 or 18 years old. She was extremely beautiful, and her cultivation was also very good, reaching the third heaven of the heaven god realm. Such talent, in a large world, even if she was not considered a peerless genius, she could still be considered extraordinary. The other gods were also in the heaven god realm. Facing the crazy pursuit of the big goblin, it was difficult for them to escape. The gods continuously struck out runes to block the big goblin, then protected the woman and quickly escaped to the depths of the abyss, arriving at the periphery of the demonic python's lair where Su Fang was cultivating. Oh no, this is the demonic python's lair. Let's go. One of the deities reacted abruptly and exclaimed in shock. Chapter 2076. This young lady knew that she would not be able to escape death, but she would not allow herself to die in the hands of a demonic python. Why was this so? Because demonic pythons were lustful by nature. They would usually catch male cultivators and swallow them whole. As for female cultivators, they would play with them until they died. This demonic python in the nest was very famous in the abyss. Those who entered the abyss to search for spiritual items, especially women, would definitely not dare to go near the nest of the demonic python. Unexpectedly, being chased by the big goblin this time, they actually escaped to the outside of the nest of the demonic python. The big goblin swarmed over, and the dozens of deities fell into a desperate situation. The young lady did not hesitate to turn around and charge towards the big goblin. Looking at her, it was obvious that she would rather be swallowed by the big goblin than fall into the hands of the demonic python. Suddenly, a divine power swept out from the nest of the demonic python. The dozens of deities were unable to resist and were shackled by the divine power. They were swept out of the array and into the open space outside the nest. Puff, puff. Countless bat demons hit the magic formation at the periphery, shaking the magic formation to the point that it was flashing crazily. However, the magic formation could not be shaken at all. The young lady and the other deities were scared out of their wits. Then they saw this scene and were surprised. When did demonic pythons learn how to create arrays? The big goblin charged at the array like a tidal wave for 6 hours. However, it was still unable to shake the array. In the end, it had no choice but to retreat. The young lady and the other deities heaved a sigh of relief. However, when they remembered that this was the demonic python's nest, they became nervous again. A divine power enveloped the young lady and directly took her into the nest. Let go of Miss Jiayue. The other gods were all terrified, but they still charged toward the nest without any regard for their own safety. Who would have thought that another wave of divine might would descend, shackling these immortals and making them unable to move at all? You evil big goblin, even if I die, I will not let you get what you want. The young lady had just regained her ability to move. She immediately burned her divine essence, primordial spirit, and life force. She was actually planning to self-destruct. Ridiculous! Ridiculous! A cold shout rang out. Next, a powerful divine might shackled the woman. Under this divine might, the woman could not even self-detonate, and she could not help but fall into despair. A figure walked out from the depths of the nest. You are not that demonic python? The woman couldn't sense the slightest bit of demonic chi, and couldn't help but feel shocked and stunned. Do I look like a big goblin? Su Fong smiled helplessly. The shackles on the woman's body disappeared without a trace. She suddenly collapsed on the ground and let out a long sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't that demonic python, everything was fine. Let me ask you, which god realm is this? Su Fong asked calmly. Are you a foreign cultivator? The woman asked in surprise. Su Fong raised his eyebrows, and an invisible pressure was naturally released. 6, 7, 3, 5, 6. All of a sudden, the woman felt as if she was facing the heavenly Tao. The terrifying feeling that she could be crushed into powder at any moment enveloped her entire body and mind. This person is so young, but he's actually a peerless expert. Perilous waves surged in the woman's heart. Su Fong said, I'm asking you a question. The woman hurriedly said, this place belongs to the heavenly sound god realm, but it doesn't belong to any great realm. It's a dangerous place called Rainbow Desolation City. Heavenly sound god realm? That's the G people's sphere of influence? Su Fong frowned. He did not expect to run into the G people's sphere of influence. It's the G people's sphere of influence, the woman replied. When she mentioned the G people, her eyes uncontrollably revealed a trace of reverence, as well as a trace of deeply hidden hatred. Su Fong activated his great perfection stage ability and sensed the woman's aura. He felt that this woman's life aura was somewhat familiar, but even with the heavenly fate life shrinking technique, he was unable to determine where this sense of familiarity came from. When the woman saw Su Fong's flickering eyes, she could not help but feel alarmed. Most peerless experts have some bad habits. Could this person be? Su Fong continued asking, What's your name? The more afraid the woman was, the more she pretended to be calm. My name is Shu Jiayue, a member of the Shu clan outside the abyss. Your surname is Shu? Ah, Su Fong was stunned, and then he came to a sudden understanding and instantly understood where the familiar feeling in his heart came from. It turned out that this sense of familiarity came from Shu Yunkong and Shu Wanjin. If his inference was correct, this woman, as well as the millions of gods on the mountain outside the abyss, were all descendants of Shu Yunkong's clan. These people possessed the bloodline of the Shu clan and had the same aura as Shu Yunkong and Shu Wanjin. It was no wonder that Su Fong felt a sense of familiarity. He really did not expect, that there were still people from Shu Yunkong's clan that had survived and had not been exterminated by the Ji people. However, looking at the Shu clan's current situation, it was clearly not good. After all, the Shu clan had once controlled a small realm, but now there were only millions of them left, living in a dangerous place. Seeing the divine light flickering in Su Fong's eyes, Shu Jiyue became even more nervous and fearful. Master was chased by the Ji people and fled into a large realm. His life and death are uncertain. Senior sister was also chased into a secret realm and has yet to escape. Their clansmen have also fallen to such a state. Su Fong's heart was filled with sorrow. Following that, he asked about what happened after Shu Yunkong left the Shu clan without leaving any trace. It turned out that after the Ji people annexed the Shu clan, they seized the Shu clan's inherited cultivation method, which was the Great Tao of Time. Thus, they did not exterminate them, but instead chased them out of the small realm and moved them to the starved Rainbow Wilderness City. Over the years, the Shu clan had declined day by day. They had once been one of the top powers in the world, but now they were on the verge of extinction. This woman named Shu Jiayue was a top genius of the Shu clan. Her father was the Shu clan's great elder. Because he had been injured not long ago and had yet to recover, his authority in the clan had fallen. In order to save her father, Shu Jiayue brought her clansmen deep into the abyss to search for a spirit item called the Snow Crystal Swallow's Nest, who knew that they would alarm a large group of bat monsters. If they were not lucky enough to meet Su Fong, they would definitely die at the bottom of the abyss. They might even become the demon python's plaything and end up in a pitiful state. Snow Crystal Swallow's Nest? Su Fong asked what spirit item Shu Jiyue was looking for, immediately sent a thought to Pan Zong in his inner world. This time, Su Fong's subordinates had collected countless spirit items and almost cleared the bottom of the abyss. There were also spirit items like the Snow Crystal Swallow's Nest. Su Fong reached out and pulled out a spirit item that looked like a swallow's nest. It was enveloped by a xian guang and floated in front of Shu Ji. Snow Crystal Swallow's Nest. I'll give it to you. Snow Crystal Swallow's Nest? Shu Jiyue grabbed the spirit item and examined it. She immediately became excited. It really is Snow Crystal Swallow's Nest. Leave the abyss and save your father. Su Fong waved his hand and said, Senior doesn't need my repayment? Shu Jiyue looked at Su Fong in disbelief. To her, Snow Crystal Swallow's Nest was not an ordinary spirit item. Even to the Shu clan, it was incomparably precious and could only be bought with a huge price. This young god actually let go of it with a wave of his hand. How could Shu Jiyue not be surprised? Go. Remember, don't tell anyone about me, Su Fong reminded her. Then, she used her divine power and swept Shu Jiayue out of the nest. The dozens of Shu clan gods outside, including Shu Jiyue, who was caught by the demon python and brought into the nest, would definitely not be able to escape the miserable fate of being trampled on. They did not expect Shu Jiayue to come out so quickly. These Shu clan gods were naturally surprised. Then, their gazes towards Shu Jiayue became strange. Shu Jiayue and the Shu clan gods hurriedly left the abyss. Su Fong settled down in the nest for a while. Then, she released her second primordial spirit. It flew out of the nest and disappeared without a trace. Soon, the second primordial spirit brought back more detailed information about the Shu clan. It turned out that although the Ji people did not exterminate the Zhu clan, they still had a firm control over the Shu clan. The Shu clan was now split into two factions. One faction was the descendants of Shu Yunkong. They were originally the main faction. Later on, because of Shu Yunkong and Shu Wanjin, the Shu clan was almost exterminated. The main faction gradually became secondary. Shu Jiayue's father was the current leader of the main faction. However, he was severely injured thousands of years ago. Now his life was in danger. The expert who injured Shu Jiayue's father was none other than Ji Ongjiang's son. Ji Xingyue was killed by Su Fong in the Green Dome Star Field. He was also humiliated by Su Fong. He was filled with anger and had nowhere to vent it. He also suspected that Su Fong's time Dao, sacred art, came from a Shu clan. Therefore, he vented his anger on Shu Jiayue's father. The other faction of the Shu clan had completely surrendered to the Ji people. They became the lackeys of the Ji people. At this moment, they were in complete control of the Shu clan. The second primordial spirit even searched the soul of one of the Shu clan's higher-ups who surrendered to the Ji people. He obtained an unexpected piece of news. After a period of time, a top figure of the Ji people would arrive at the Shu clan in Rainbow Desolate City. Ji An was also among them. However, he was not the top figure of the Ji people. Master's kindness to me is as heavy as a mountain. If it wasn't for senior apprentice sister, I wouldn't have come this far. Since I met their descendants, I have to save them no matter what. Su Fong made a decision and prepared to leave the abyss. A familiar aura flew towards the demonic python's lair from the top of the abyss. Behind it, there were dozens of even stronger auras chasing after it. Shu Jiayue? Su Fong sensed that this aura belonged to Shu Jiayue. Shu Jiayue was Shu Yunkong's descendant. Moreover, in order to save her father, she dared to venture deep into the abyss. Her filial piety was commendable. Su Fong had a good impression of her. He didn't expect that she was being chased by someone. Moreover, the one chasing her was someone from the Shu clan. Su Fong's deep eyes exuded traces of coldness. Who, after an incense stick's worth of time, Shu Jiayue was caught up by the dozens of experts behind her. She was about 100 miles away from the demonic python's lair. "Senior, save me!" Shu Jiayue shouted towards the demonic python's lair. "Senior, you were played by the demonic python once. Did it feel good? You actually called the demonic python senior." Chapter 2077. My father is the Grand Elder of the Shu clan. How dare you humiliate me like this? Shu Jiayue's anger burned, his face full of shame and indignation. You were captured by the demonic python. If we didn't play with you and serve him well, with the demonic python's nature, how could it let you go? Sneered one of the Shu clan's gods. TSK. To be able to serve a powerful demonic python so well, she's no ordinary woman. I really didn't expect our clan's heavenly daughter, Shu Jiayue, to be such a person. If you can even serve a demonic python, why can't you serve a big shot from the Ji people? Maybe if you serve a big shot from the Ji people well, you'll be able to obtain a supreme fortune. To be treated as a living being by a big shot from the Ji people is your supreme fortune. You should obediently return with us and think about how to serve a peerless person from the Ji people. Otherwise, not just you, but even your father, that old trash, won't be able to escape death. The Shu clan's gods teased Shu Jiayue. Their greedy and lustful eyes swept over Shu Jiayue's body. All of you will die a horrible death, shouted Shu Jiayue through clenched teeth. Before he even finished speaking, a majestic voice suddenly resounded in the surroundings. As you wish. Boom! A divine aura suddenly descended, enveloping the Shu clan's experts. The strongest of these Shu clan's experts was a first heavenly layer divine emperor. Under this heavenly Tao-like divine aura, they were unable to move at all. Not only were they unable to circulate their divine yuan, even their wills were on the verge of collapsing. A figure slowly appeared, looking indifferently at the Shu clan's experts. Shu Jiayue was pleasantly surprised. Senior, this is that demonic python. No, even that demonic python wouldn't be able to release such a powerful divine aura. Furthermore, this divine aura doesn't contain a trace of demonic chi. Who is this person? The Shu clan's experts were all shocked and aghast. The divine emperor, Shu clan's expert, was still able to speak. Senior, we're from the Shu clan under the G people. For the sake of the G people, please be magnanimous. G people, when did your Shu clan become the slaves of the G people? Su Fong raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a mocking smile. Then, Su Fong's eyes suddenly turned cold. Bowing and scraping to the G people, but being cruel and merciless to his own people. Such a shameless person only deserves to be nourished. Wu Shui crimson shadow flashed out of Su Fong's body and drilled into the divine bodies of more than a dozen Shu clan experts. When the blood shadow returned to Su Fong's body, the bodies of the Shu clan's experts had shriveled up like dried corpses. Chi, the yang spirit of the expert of the Shu clan, broke out of his body. Waves of primordial spirit rolled out from Su Fong's pupils and engulfed the yang spirits of the Shu clan, turning them into materials for his second primordial spirit to cultivate the immortal soul code. Shu Jiyue had never seen such a cold, ruthless, and incomparably powerful method. Seeing this scene, he was so scared that he trembled, almost unable to fly. Su Fong smiled faintly. It's just killing a few dogs of the G people. What's there to be afraid of? That's right. These people are all lackeys of the G people. They deserve to be killed. Thinking of his fate if he fell into the hands of these clansmen, Shu Jiyue immediately gritted his teeth, the fear in his heart disappearing. 67356-inch senior. Thank you for saving us. Shu Jiyue bowed respectfully to Su Fong, his eyes full of reverence. He was worried that Su Fong had other motives for saving him, and felt uneasy. Senior. Su Fong smiled. My age is not much different from yours. You don't have to call me senior. My name is Fong Yu, and I have some connections with your Shu clan, so I saved you. You don't have to worry about anything. In truth, in terms of age, Su Fong was much younger than Shu Jiyue, but in terms of seniority, he was much higher than Shu Jiyue. Let's go to your Shu clan. Su Fong released a divine aura that enveloped Shu Jiyue, and they slowly flew out of the abyss. Along the way, Shu Jiyue constantly examined Su Fong. Other than reverence, there was also a trace of fanaticism in his eyes. Furthermore, Su Fong's aura contained a kind of pure yang divine might, making Shu Jiyue involuntarily feel a kind of intoxicated feeling. Once they left the abyss, Su Fong's aura suddenly changed. It became cold, and there was also a heart-palpitating, evil aura. Although he was only at the third heaven stage of the divine emperor realm, Shu Jiyue's heart was still pounding. Once we return to the clan, don't tell anyone about what happened today. Su Fong warned Shu Jiyue and sped up. They quickly arrived at the mountain where the Shu clan lived. They entered the depths of a mountain and saw palaces protected by a barrier. It was a very quiet cliff surrounded by clouds and mist. It was sealed by a barrier. More than 100 gods of the Shu clan surrounded the cliff. Su Fong's great perfection realm ability, combined with the life-shrinking technique, could penetrate the barrier. He could sense a weak aura in one of the palaces inside the cliff. It should be Shu Jiyue's father. As soon as Shu Jiyue and Su Fong appeared, a thunderous shout came. Shu Jiyue, you're finally back. If you came back a little later, your father would be implicated and punished according to the clan's rules. Whoosh, 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 an old woman with an aged face flew over from the sky. Where did the other clansmen who chased you go? Who was this person? This old woman of the Shu clan was at the 5th heaven stage of the divine emperor realm. She was quite strong. She should be one of the higher-ups of the Shu clan. Her cold eyes swept over Shu Jiyue and Su Fong. The old woman saw that Su Fong was quite strong. She immediately frowned and shouted domineeringly. Shu Jiyue didn't know how to answer. He looked at Su Fong. I'll shackle you first. The old woman didn't waste any time. She directly released her divine aura to envelop Shu Jiyue and Su Fong. She planned to shackle them together with Su Fong. Scram! Su Fong's black sleeves rolled up, and a black poisonous smoke swept out. The old woman's divine aura instantly disappeared. Even her aura was corroded by the poisonous smoke. Next, her divine body was corroded by the poisonous smoke. Her skin sizzled and fell off layer by layer. This was still Su Fong being merciful. Otherwise, with Gui's poison, even a mid-level god venerable would lose a layer of skin even if they didn't die. Who are you? How can you have such a strong poison? The old woman looked at Su Fong in shock. She hurriedly circulated the abyss and blood energy. At the same time, she swallowed a detoxification pill to neutralize the poison. Su Fong didn't plan to kill the old woman. Thus, she was lucky enough to keep her life. Swish! Swish! The 100 or so Shu clan members that were surrounding the cliff all flew over and surrounded Su Fong and Shu Jiaoyue in the center. After neutralizing the poison in her body, the old woman's courage was boosted. Her face was filled with killing intent as she shouted, "My Shu clan is a subordinate of the Ji people. No matter who you are, I won't allow you to be arrogant in my clan. Kill him. Do it. Remember not to hurt that lowly servant Shu Jiaoyue." The 100 or so Shu clan members all burst out with their aura or activated their magic treasures. They swept towards Su Fong, a bunch of reckless lackeys. Su Fong displayed his domineering aura. Gui's poison borrowed the power of the world's divine aura to explode, forming a poisonous domain that enveloped all the Shu clan members. Chi within Su Fong's poisonous domain, the aura of the 100 or so Shu clan experts were instantly corroded and dissipated. Their magic treasures were also corroded by the poison, losing their power and spirituality. Amidst the miserable screams, the Shu clan members' skin festered layer by layer, turning into black pus and blood. They looked very miserable. Shu Jiaoyue is someone this lord values. Whoever dares to touch her is going against this lord. If you dare to be so impudent again, don't blame this lord for being ruthless and directly exterminating your entire Shu clan. Su Fong's cold voice rang out. Then, a burst of divine aura blew all the Shu clan members dozens of miles away. The old woman hurriedly brought the poison clansmen and hurriedly left the mountain. Shu Jiaoyue's reverence for Su Fong grew. He brought Su Fong through the formation and into the cliff, entering a palace that had been built in the air. Entering the depths of the palace, they passed through another formation and arrived at a spell altar in the middle of a formation space. They saw a middle-aged man sitting cross-legged on the spell altar. This middle-aged man looked middle-aged, but his hair had turned gray. His body emitted a thick aura of death, as if he wasn't far from death. This middle-aged man's appearance was very similar to Shu Jiaoyue's. He should be Shu Jiaoyue's father. Sensing Shu Jiaoyue and Su Fong, the middle-aged man slowly opened his eyes. His gaze fell on Su Fong, and his spirit suddenly became hale and hearty. His eyes were full of vigilance and also contained a hint of hostility. Shu Jiaoyue knelt on the ground and pleaded, "Senior, please save my father." Su Fong said, "Since I'm here, I naturally have to save your father." Shu Jiaoyue was immediately overjoyed. Unexpectedly, Shu Jiaoyue's father struggled to stand up and asked shakily, "Who are you? Why do you want to save me?" Su Fong smiled faintly and didn't explain. He released his great perfection ability and carefully sensed Shu Jiaoyue's father. As expected, it's Jiang. Su Fong sensed a power that came from the great Tao of time in Shu Jiaoyue's father's body. It was causing his life aura to constantly flow away. The aura contained within this power belonged to Jiang. Su Fong used the Xian Guang to envelop Shu Jiaoyue's father. His palms released a shocking amount of 9-yang energy that also contained the power of time. Shu Jiaoyue's father immediately sensed that his life aura had stopped flowing away. Furthermore, it rapidly recovered under the 9-yang energy. "Many thanks, Senior." Shu Jiaoyue's father was pleasantly surprised. He was actually able to barely move. "Senior," Su Fong chuckled. He was Shu Yunkong's disciple. In terms of seniority, he could indeed be considered Shu Jiaoyue's father senior. He gave Shu Jiaoyue's father some medicinal pills and life force recovery items. Then, he had Shu Jiaoyue find a side palace to live in. Shu Jiaoyue worriedly reminded Su Fong, "Senior, the patriarch definitely won't let this go. The patriarch is a high deity emperor. If he personally takes action, It's fine. Su Fong smiled faintly. Chapter 2078. With Su Fong's current overall strength, not to mention personally taking action, even if he casually sent out a chaos giant, he would be able to destroy the entire rainbow desolate city 10 times over. Why would he care about the Shu clan patriarch who is only a superior divine emperor? Seeing Su Fong so calm, Shu Jiayue was completely at ease. He respectfully left the palace. I wonder what other peerless characters the Ji people have sent this time other than Jiang. It's a good opportunity to get rid of them all. As for those Shu clan members who have sided with the Ji people, it's a bit difficult to deal with them. Let's take control of the patriarch first. After sitting down cross-legged in the side palace, Su Fong's second primordial spirit shot out from between his eyebrows. It turned into a black Xianguang and flew out of the palace. Then, Su Fong's yang spirit entered the space inside the origin sacred mirror from the Scarlet Mirror and arrived at the central space-time. After releasing his yang qi and consciousness, he waited for the nine sons, Jiang and Ji Wuji. Other than these two people, there was another person who surprised and delighted Su Fong. Heavenly Pengyang Master. This is going to be lively. I didn't expect Heavenly Pengyang Master to come as well. Good, you came at the right time. Su Fong controlled his breathing and calmed his excited heart. The Shu clan's patriarch, who was controlled by his second primordial spirit, flew from starry rainbow desolate city to the moving continent. After a while, the moving continent was put away. Ji Wuji and Heavenly Pengyang Master flew side by side towards starry rainbow desolate city. The other Ji people and Heavenly Peng experts all followed closely behind. Chapter 2079. Shu Clan. Ji Wuji suddenly stopped in mid-air when he arrived at the mountain where the Shu clan resided. He revealed an elegant smile. The Heavenly Peng Prince asked in surprise, "Young Master Ji, what happened?" Ji Wuji smiled and said, "Back then, the Shu clan was also an ancient divine clan in the myriad worlds. However, they have fallen to such a state because they offended my clan. I can't help but sigh." It turned out that Ji Wuji was thinking about how he had pursued Shu Wanjin back then. The Heavenly Peng Prince said respectfully, "They dared to offend the Ji people. This Shu clan was seeking their own destruction. The fact that they were not exterminated by the Ji people is already merciful." Ji Wuji looked at Ji Ong and asked, "Did you find out from the Shu clan whether the great Tao of time Abij now that Su Fong Master came from the Shu clan?" "Young Master, I have already investigated. The Shu clan and Su Fong are not related in any way," Ji Ong hurriedly replied. Ji Ong was also a high-level supreme god. He was even more powerful than the average Great Realm Master. However, in front of Ji Wuji, he appeared to be subservient. This was the difference in status. Ji Wuji raised his eyebrows. "That's strange. How did a cultivator who ascended from the Great Realm, like Su Fong Master, the Shu clan's great Tao of time ability? Could it be that Shu Yunkong escaped to the Great Realm back then, and Su Fong obtained his inheritance?" The Heavenly Peng Prince smiled. "Su Fong no longer exists in the myriad worlds. Why does young Master Ji have to mention such a dead person?" Ji Wuji snorted. "I'm afraid Heavenly Peng Prince is mistaken. After learning of Su Fong's death, I specially asked the guardian of the Primordial Chaos Golden Roll to check. Su Fong is still listed on the Primordial Chaos Golden Roll and is still alive and well." "Impossible." The Heavenly Peng Prince revealed an expression of disbelief. Ji Wuji said casually, "Su Fong has supreme providence. Every time he encounters danger, he always manages to turn it into a blessing. Don't underestimate him, Heavenly Peng Prince. However, it's good that he's still alive. It would be too boring if there weren't any interesting opponents." However, the Heavenly Peng Prince was not as relaxed as Ji Wuji. His deep eyes revealed a hint of worry. "The Tian Peng celestial race has formed an alliance with our race. The Su Fong doesn't have any power. Even if they're still alive, what can they do? Moreover, if this plan succeeds and you obtain the supreme treasure, wouldn't it be easy for you to crush the Su Fong? Let's go. There are too many people here." We'll talk when we reach the Shu clan. Ji Wuji ended his conversation with young Master Tian Peng and led the experts into the mountain peak. Su Fang's original body was also on the cliff. He used his great perfection stage ability and the heavenly mystery life shrinking technique to clearly hear the conversation between Ji Wuji, Ji Yong, and Prince Tianpeng. So it turns out that Ji Wuji did not come with his original body. Instead, he sent a clone. The power of this clone's primordial spirit is incomparably powerful. It should be the second reincarnation that cultivated the primordial spirit, Great Tao. You want to kill me, Su Fang? How laughable. I wonder what Ji Wuji would think if he knew that I'm not far away from him. Hearing Ji Wuji's words, Su Fang smiled coldly. So it turns out that Ji Wuji and Prince Tianpeng came to Rainbow Desolate City for some treasure. I wonder what kind of treasure it is for Ji Wuji to send out a clone. Since I, Su Fang, know about it, how can I let you get what you want? Su Fang immediately let his second primordial spirit control, the Shu clan patriarch, and try to get close to Ji Wuji and Prince Tianpeng. He wanted to find out what treasure they were here for. Ji Wuji, Prince Tianpeng, and the others temporarily stayed in the palace where the Shu clan patriarch used to live. The next day, Ji Ong summoned the Shu clan patriarch. Immediately gather experts in Rainbow Desolate City. The more the better. The Ji people will definitely not treat them unfairly. Ji Ong said majestically. My lord, why are you gathering so many experts? The Shu clan patriarch asked. Do you think you can casually inquire about the matters of the Ji people? Scram, if you speak any more nonsense, I will directly kill you. Ji Ong shouted domineeringly and exploded with a burst of divine might. The Shu clan patriarch spat out a mouthful of blood. 67356 Due to the changes in heaven and earth, many experts from the God realm had gathered in Rainbow Desolate City. When they heard that the Ji people were recruiting experts, they immediately rushed over. These people's goal was not only to obtain the generous rewards from the Ji people. They also wanted to perform well and be valued by the important people of the Ji people. This way, they would have a backer in the future. Those who could be called experts by Jiang were at least in the God Emperor realm. After many rounds of selection, a total of more than 1,000 God Emperor realm experts were selected. However, most of them were low-level God Emperors. Su Fang also took the opportunity to mix in with these experts. He used the Heaven's Secret Life shrinking technique to conceal the aura of destiny. During the selection, he used his poison to fight with others. With his second primordial spirit presiding over the selection, it was naturally easy. Buzz, buzz. Su Fang's Heaven's Secret Life shrinking technique suddenly exploded. It turned out that Ji Wuji and Prince Tianpeng had also come to watch. They quietly appeared in the sky. This time, they were even closer. Su Fang could clearly sense their auras. The Heaven's Secret Life shrinking technique sensed a very familiar and clear aura of destiny from Prince Tianpeng's body. It was actually Huang Lingyao. Could it be that Huang Lingyao has joined Prince Tianpeng? Su Fang was puzzled. He had also sensed Huang Lingyao's aura last time. However, he had sensed it from another genius, Nanmin Zhe. He did not expect it to be someone else now. Su Fang was very unhappy. It was not because Huang Lingyao had joined Prince Tianpeng and betrayed him. It was because Huang Lingyao was a woman who had an intimate relationship with Su Fang. Now, he could sense her aura from another man. This made Su Fang very unhappy. Young Master Tianpeng and Ji Wuji were standing side by side. Su Fang had heard every single word of their conversation. Prince Tianpeng's eyes flashed with a domineering light. He swept his gaze over the 1,000 experts he had recruited and said disdainfully, Prince Ji, although the Golden Rainbow King's treasure is dangerous, what's the point of recruiting so many trash? Golden Rainbow King? Su Fang's heart was in turmoil. Su Fang had heard from Luo that the Golden Rainbow King was originally a bandit. However, he was an extremely powerful bandit who had dominated the major star fields. He even dared to kill the experts of the Azure Divine tribe. Moreover, the Azure Divine tribe had sent out countless experts, but they were unable to do anything to the Golden Rainbow King. That was because the Golden Rainbow King had a supreme fortune artifact called the Piercing Sun Golden Rainbow. The Piercing Sun Golden Rainbow's ability was to travel through the chaotic void and break through all barriers and restrictions. With such a divine artifact, no one would be able to move unhindered in the universe. Moreover, Su Fong also had a token to enter the Golden Rainbow King's treasure. It was the Piercing Sun Golden Rainbow Shuttle. He did not expect Ji Wuji and Prince Tianpeng to come to Rainbow Desolation City for the Golden Rainbow King's treasure. Su Fong was surprised, but a bright light flashed in the depths of his eyes. The Piercing Sun Golden Rainbow was a fortune artifact. The Golden Rainbow King had plundered countless treasures and riches in his life. Just these alone were enough to make domain lords go crazy. As for the Piercing Sun Golden Rainbow, even some peerless experts would be envious. Su Fong had once made an agreement with Jiang Baozhen of the Tong Bao Chamber of Commerce to search for the Golden Rainbow King's treasure. However, after the battle with Kamiko Hoshino, he had lost contact with Jiang Baozhen. He had thought that this matter would be ruined. Who would have thought? He really did not expect to obtain news of the Golden Rainbow King's treasure here. Since I know about the Golden Rainbow King's treasure, how can I let you do as you wish? Prince Tianpeng, I really have to thank you properly. If you did not ask the experts around you to help, how could I have come to Rainbow Desolation City? How could I have met the Shu clan and obtained news of the Golden Rainbow King's treasure? Su Fong had made up his mind. This time, even if he could not obtain the Golden Rainbow King's treasure, he would make Ji Wuji and Prince Tianpeng return empty-handed. If he could use this opportunity to kill the two of them and Jiang, that would be even better. The Golden Rainbow Kings might shook the heavens and the myriad worlds in the past. How could he be an ordinary person? After he died, he left a broken world in the primal chaos void. No one has found it in the past few epochs. Although there are countless treasures in the broken world, it must be incomparably dangerous. Although recruiting these experts is not very useful, they could be used as cannon fodder at a critical moment. Ji Wuji's thoughts were extremely meticulous, and his methods were incomparably ruthless. He had recruited these experts to be cannon fodder. Prince Tianpeng is wise. Prince Tianpeng gave a thumbs up. Then he smiled and said, "Countless people have been searching for the Golden Rainbow King's treasure, but no one has been able to find any clues. I really did not expect that the Golden Rainbow King's treasure would actually be in the abyss between the Heavenly Peng Divine Realm and the Heavenly Note Divine Realm. If the world had not changed and the Golden Rainbow King's world energy had not leaked out, forming this incomplete rainbow in this rainbow desolate city, I'm afraid that the Golden Rainbow King's treasure would never have appeared in this world. Back when the world first changed, a rainbow phenomenon had already appeared here. It was just that no one had noticed it. It was only when the world changed and the rainbow phenomenon became even more obvious that it attracted the attention of the experts of my clan. The fortune that belongs to my clan will sooner or later belong to the G people. To enter the Golden Rainbow King's broken world, one needs his token, the heaven-breaking rainbow shuttle. There are a total of 3 tokens. My clan has already obtained one of them, but the whereabouts of the other 2 are unknown. This young master is very curious. Prince Tianpeng does not have the heaven-breaking rainbow shuttle. Even if you find the treasure, how will Prince Tianpeng enter it? There is no need for Prince Tianpeng to worry about this. As long as the location of the treasure is found, this young master will naturally have the means to enter it. This young master will say the ugly words first. After entering the treasure, this young master does not care about those ordinary treasures and wealth. However, the sky-piercing golden rainbow would depend on one's own methods. If Prince Tianpeng obtains the sky-piercing golden rainbow with his own ability, my clan will have nothing to say. We will definitely not harm the friendship between our 2 clans. The conversation between the 2 allowed Su Fong to finally understand the whole story. The Golden Rainbow King's treasure will be in the pockets of my Su Fong. Chapter 2080. In the following time, the G people and the Tianpeng Divine Race's experts continued to enter the void around Rainbow Desolate City to search for the Golden Rainbow King's treasure. The Tianping prince had a sky-breaking rainbow shuttle. With this, it was not difficult to find the location of the Golden Rainbow King's treasure. Su Fong was also preparing to enter the Golden Rainbow King's treasure. With the Ji people and the Tianping divine races experts in Rainbow Desolate City, Su Fong could not do anything to the Shu clan. After some thought, Su Fong decided to leave Qing Yu and Bai Ling behind. The Dead Lord also stayed behind to guard the Shu clan and prevent any unforeseen events from happening. The Shu clan was the descendant of his master, Shu Yunkong. If any accidents happened, Su Fong would not be able to answer to Shu Yunkong and Shu Wanjin. Now that the Shu clan's patriarch was under control, with Qing Yu, Bai Ling, and the Dead Lord, there would not be any accidents. Su Fong already had a plan to deal with the Shu clan's people who had sided with the Ji people. He would wait until they returned from the Golden Rainbow King's treasure before carrying out his plan. Su Fong also left the Tian Wu Young Master by Ho Lan and Sun Qi in the Shu clan. The three of them had yet to recover from their injuries. On this day, Su Fong called Shu Jiayue to the palace. Shu Jiayue's father had been healed by Su Fong with the power of the 9 suns. In addition, Su Fong had taken out precious pills and spiritual items. He had recovered quite a bit these days. Shu Jiayue was extremely grateful to Su Fong. His gaze towards Su Fong was filled with fanatical worship. Su Fong took out a jade slip and handed it to Shu Jiayue. There's a cultivation method and divine ability in here. Take it and cultivate it. Your father can cultivate it too. However, you cannot reveal it to anyone for now. Otherwise, there will be trouble. Shu Jiayue's consciousness entered the jade slip. His eyes flashed with a terrifying light as he looked at Su Fong in disbelief. Big brother Fong Yu, this is the great Tao of time, for season's reincarnation seal. How do you have my Shu clan's long-lost cultivation method and divine ability? Su Fong smiled faintly. I once said that I have a relationship with your Shu clan. You will know in the future. I thought that Big brother Fong Yue was just looking for an excuse to get close to me. I didn't expect that you were actually related to my clan. Shu Jiayue said with a red face. Approach you on purpose? Su Fong stared blankly for a moment before he understood and couldn't help but chuckle. Obviously, this young girl who had just experienced her first awakening of love had already developed feelings for Su Fong. However, the main reason for this was probably her worship of the strong. Focus on your cultivation. The time for your Shu clan to regain the glory of your ancestors is coming. At that time, it will depend on you to support the Shu clan. Su Fong nodded. Then, he gave Shu Jiayue a lot of cultivation resources. Although Shu Jiayue was puzzled, he was still excited and left in embarrassment. Su Fong calmed down and kept trying to break through to the top of the 9th celestial layer of Godly Emperor layer. At the same time, he focused on the 9 suns transformations, try to break through the 64th yang vein. About 500 years later, Su Fong, who was cultivating in seclusion, sensed a movement from a token in his storage ring. This command medallion was given to every cultivator who was recruited by the Ji clan. Firstly, it was to facilitate communication, and secondly, the command medallion had another use, which was to prevent the recruited deities from leaving the Rainbow Desolate City and leaking the news. Su Fong grabbed the token, and Ji Ang's voice sounded from the token. Gather in front of the Shu clan's conference hall. The Ji people and the Tianping divine race found the Golden Rainbow King's treasure so quickly. Su Fong immediately became spirited and energetic. He left the cliff where Shu Jiayue's father lived. Half an hour later, Su Fong, who had changed his appearance and aura, came to the square in front of the Shu clan's conference hall. 6735, the other 1,000 or so experts who had been recruited by the Ji people also arrived one after another. Jiang walked out of the palace under the escort of a group of Ji people and Tianping divine race experts. However, Jiang and Tianping prince did not appear. Everyone, I am Jiang of the Ji people. Jiang said majestically as he released the aura of a high-level supreme god expert. These 1,000 or so recruited cultivators were all divine emperor experts. Under Ji Ang's aura, all of them trembled and almost could not stand firm. A sense of reverence towards experts surged up uncontrollably. Su Fong sneered in his heart. Ji Ong is planning to show off his strength to these recruited cultivators and make them obedient. Next, it's time to give them some benefits. This way, these cultivators will be at ease and become cannon fodder for the Ji people and the Tian Peng divine race. Indeed, Ji Ong retracted his aura and a smile appeared on his face. Everyone, you have contributed to our clan this time. As long as you obey our orders, our clan will not be stingy. Swish, swish, swish. Ji Ong waved his hand and took out storage rings one after another. Su Fong also obtained one. His consciousness seeped into the storage ring to take a look. There were actually 10,000 upper-grade medicinal pills inside. There was also a piece of ice-like runic symbol. He didn't know what it was for. 10,000 high-grade elixirs. The G people are really generous. I just don't know why the G people are recruiting cultivators this time. Everyone whispered to each other, all of them extremely excited. After the sixth heaven and earth upheaval, the price of elixirs, spiritual items, and other cultivation resources suddenly skyrocketed. In particular, most of these cultivators were rogue cultivators. Some of them were defeated by the resurrected experts and the Big Goblin and ended up in Missing Rainbow Imperial City. For these recruited cultivators, 10,000 high-grade elixirs were enough to make them fight for their lives. How could they not be envious? Su Fong's attention was on the ice-like rune mark. After sensing it for a while, Su Fong's eyes flashed. This ice mark is similar to the black mark that Night Demon uses to control cultivators. It's between the material and nothingness primordial spirit. It's a type of primordial spirit. What are the G people planning to do with this ice mark? Ji Ong continued. The place we're going to is extremely dangerous. We might even encounter the danger of death. This rune mark in the storage ring is a supreme treasure of my clan. It's called the exquisite ice crystal rune. After fusing with it, it can release a protective divine power for the Yang spirit. Not only can it defend against attacks from the Yang spirit, it can also protect the Yang spirit. Even if the divine body falls, it can preserve the Yang spirit. A primordial soul-type magic treasure was very rare and precious. They didn't expect the G people to take out such a precious treasure. This made the cultivators surprised and happy. They praised the G people for their kindness and then began to fuse the rune mark. This so-called exquisite ice crystal rune does have a certain protective divine power. However, its greatest use is to control the primordial spirit of cultivators. I didn't expect the G people to have such a method. No wonder they can stand tall in the myriad heavens. Su Fong cultivated Night Demon's immortal soul code. Night Demon was a primordial soul-type existence. What kind of primordial soul-type divine power could surpass Night Demon's? Although Ji Ang's words were extravagant, Su Fong could still see the G people's intention at a glance. Do you have any doubts about the G people's treasure? Ji Ang's sharp gaze fell on Su Fong. It turned out that many of the cultivators had fused the rune mark, but Su Fong was an exception. This attracted Ji Ang's attention. At this time, Su Fong changed the muscles and bones on his face with a great circle of perfection. Moreover, he used the divine life shrinking technique to conceal his original aura. What he revealed was the poisonous aura of ghosts. Jiang couldn't see any clues. Su Fong showed a terrified expression. I've never seen such a powerful, primordial soul-type treasure. I was so happy that I lost my mind. He quickly cut his finger and fused a drop of poisonous blood essence into the rune mark. This rune mark melted rapidly like an ice cube and disappeared into Su Fong's palm. It quickly appeared in Su Fong's divine aperture and fused with his son's spirit. Su Fong felt the power of his primordial spirit suddenly become much stronger. The G people's primordial soul-type treasures were indeed extraordinary. Jiang explained a few more rules and finally made a promise. I promise that anyone who performs outstandingly in this mission will be able to join the Supreme G people and become an external expert of the G people. Many of the cultivators were instantly ignited. They all wanted to hand their lives over to the G people. Then, Jiang led the cultivators and left the starry rainbow wilderness city. They flew into the sky. A huge material continent floated in the void. It was Ji Wuji's mobile world. Everyone passed through layers of barriers and entered the material continent. Ji Wuji's mobile world was more than 10 times bigger than young Master Tianwu's small Sumeru realm. Moreover, it was filled with natural spiritual energy and contained the essence of the world. It was like a moving divine realm. After flying through mountains and forests, they finally arrived at a valley. Everyone was settled into various pavilions. Su Fong was also given a pavilion. He did not hold back. The moment he entered the pavilion, he used a formation to seal the pavilion. Then, he used the world tree in his body as the source to greedily absorb the world's essence. His speed was more than 10 times faster than an ordinary divine Emperor Realm true god. Unfortunately, he did not dare to use the yin-yang transformation. Otherwise, Su Fong would not hesitate to refine the entire mobile world into chaotic qi and devour it. Ji Wuji's mobile world flew into the depths of the void at lightning speed. Fong Yu, I have arrived. Why aren't you welcoming me? While Su Fong was cultivating, a majestic voice came from outside the pavilion. After sensing the voice, Su Fong raised his eyebrows. Why is this person looking for me? The person who came was a middle-aged man. He had a dignified appearance and a dignified aura. His cultivation was also extraordinary. He had reached the first heaven of the ultimate god realm. He was a lower ultimate god. This person's name was Hu Liao. He was an extremely famous rogue cultivator. Among the many experts recruited by the Ji people, Hu Liao's cultivation was the highest. Therefore, Ji Ong had entrusted him with an important task. He was the leader of the many experts. No one knew why he had come. Su Fong walked out of the pavilion. Hu Liao's dignified eyes swept over Su Fong. An aura suddenly descended and forced Su Fong to retreat. The blood in his body churned, and he almost vomited blood. Hu Liao then said majestically, I am indebted to Lord Jiang's favor for letting me be the leader of the many experts recruited. In the past few days, the others have all come to visit me. Only you have not come. Could it be that you are not satisfied with me being the leader? Su Fong immediately understood that Hu Liao was here to ask for benefits. Chapter 2081. He looked at the arrogant Hu Liao. Su Fong trembled. I don't know etiquette and didn't pay you a visit in time. Please don't take offense. Then, Su Fong took out a storage ring and respectfully handed it to Hu Liao. At least you know what's good for you. Otherwise, I would have made you lose your life just by thinking about it. Hu Liao checked the storage ring and saw that there were thousands of high-grade elixirs in it. He nodded in satisfaction and snorted coldly before swaggering away. Su Fong chuckled as he looked at Hu Liao's back. He returned to the pavilion and continued to cultivate. While cultivating, Su Fong sent his second primordial spirit out to gather information about Ji Wuji and young Master Tianpeng. Su Fong's goal in sneaking into Ji Wuji's subordinates was very clear. It was to obtain the Golden Rainbow King's inheritance, especially the Piercing Sun Golden Rainbow. Even if he couldn't obtain the Piercing Sun Golden Rainbow, he had to find a way to destroy Ji Wuji and young Master Tianpeng's plan. It would be best if he could kill the two of them. Ji Wuji's second incarnation had appeared this time. Killing this incarnation would be enough to greatly damage his vitality. Young Master Tianpeng was a little troublesome. He had a peerless Supreme God expert by his side. The only way to kill him was to join forces with Shu Wanjin to activate the Origin Sacred Mirror. Ji Wuji's mobile world was filled with invisible barriers and restrictions. However, it was as if there were no defenses for his second primordial spirit. He could move freely through the formations, and information he gathered was continuously transmitted to him. Ji Wuji and young Master Tianpeng were both cultivating in seclusion. His second primordial spirit had obtained a lot of information about the Golden Rainbow King's treasure from the Ji people and the Heavenly Peng Divine Clan's experts. On this day, the second primordial spirit transmitted its primordial spirit's divine aura. I've encountered Huang Lingyao. Huang Lingyao, Su Fong wasn't too surprised to encounter Huang Lingyao in Ji Wuji's mobile world. Huang Lingyao, if you betray me to young Master Tianpeng, I'll leave you to fend for yourself. Your life and death have nothing to do with me. Su Fong had a complicated expression. Fong formed a hand seal in the end and released his primordial spirit's divine aura. Deep in the back of the enormous palace where Prince Tianpeng lived, there was a courtyard for servants to live in. His second primordial spirit was currently hiding in a lush tree. And, hey, Huang Lingyao staggered to her feet and said in a trembling voice, "This little girl is of humble birth and is not qualified to cultivate the supreme merit law bestowed by young noble Tianpeng. Please forgive me, Sister Lu Ruo." So you know you're from a lowly background? The enchanting woman called Lu Ruo said in a cold and embarrassed tone. She slapped Huang Lingyao's face again. Huang Lingyao staggered, but could only suppress her anger. You think I don't know what you're thinking? It's not that you don't want to cultivate this kind of cultivation technique for young Master Tianpeng to plunder. You don't want young Master Tianpeng to touch your body, right? What is young Master Tianpeng's status? And what are you? A lowly girl from a large world can receive young Master Tianpeng's favor. What kind of fortune is this? Ordinary girls can't receive this kind of fortune even if they cry and beg young Master. Lu Ruo said coldly. Her eyes were filled with jealousy as she looked at Huang Lingyao. Huang Lingyao lowered her head and remained silent. Young Master saw that your talent was extraordinary and that you were very obedient. That's why he spent so much effort to take you from young Master Nanmen's and cultivate you. Once you've mastered this cultivation technique, you'll be able to dual cultivate with young Master and help young Master increase his cultivation. It'll be greatly beneficial to you, yet you're still making excuses. If it weren't for the fact that to cultivate this cultivation technique, you must be willing to have intercourse with young Master. Only then can you display the greatest effect. Young Master would have already taken your body. Why would he need me to persuade you? You bitch who doesn't know what's good for you. The more Lu Ruo spoke, the angrier she became. She slapped Huang Lingyao again. 6'7" 3'5" 6" in a large world. Huang Lingyao, was also a peerless genius. My talent was peerless, and my schemes and methods were unmatched. In order to obtain what I wanted, I could betray my subordinates and kill my own sister. I would do anything. Huang Lingyao raised her head and looked coldly at Lu Ruo as she spoke. Lu Ruo couldn't help but feel a chill. A trace of fear appeared in her eyes. But in the end, I suffered a crushing defeat and lost everything. It wasn't that my talent wasn't high enough, nor that my schemes and methods weren't ruthless enough. The person who made me lose everything woke me up with a single sentence. He said that in cultivation, one must have an open and unobstructed Tao heart. When encountering difficulties and obstacles, one must be able to move forward courageously. Schemes, methods, talent, and luck are all external forces. However, acting against one's heart will eventually lead to self-shackles, and it will be difficult for one to achieve great things. I accepted my defeat wholeheartedly. Therefore, I, Huang Lingyao, swear that I will never act against my heart in the future. I, Huang Lingyao, don't want young Master Tianpeng's fortune. Huang Lingyao's cold tone carried a sense of determination and dominance. Stupid, lowly woman. Lu Ruo's enchanting face raised a fierce, murderous aura. The next moment, bang! Lu Ruo suddenly flashed and returned to her original spot. A burst of aura blasted Huang Lingyao several meters away. She spat out blood and fell to the ground. You better think carefully. If you continue to act willfully and go against young Master's will, you will die without a burial place. Lu Ruo glanced at Huang Lingyao with eyes full of killing intent, then turned and left. Huang Lingyao got up with difficulty and swallowed a pill. She smiled coldly. I, Huang Lingyao, am that person's woman. Young Master Tianpeng wants to touch my body? Although young Master Tianpeng is famous, he only relies on the power of the Tianpeng race. In front of that person, he is nothing. Su Fang's original body in the pavilion retracted the power of his primordial spirit. There was a long silence. Su Fang let out a long breath. His heart returned to its tranquil state. About 50 years later, Ji Wuji's moving world broke into the chaotic void. It traveled through the chaotic void for hundreds of years and came to an abyss. There seemed to be a giant beast hiding in the depths of the cold and desolate abyss. It released an astonishing shackling force that constantly sucked the moving world downward, making it difficult to control. Moreover, gusts of void airflow constantly swept through the moving world, causing the powerful enchantment of Ji Wuji's moving world to be constantly shaken and shattered. "Come out, all of you!" Ji Eng's domineering shout reverberated throughout the moving world. All of the recruited experts were swept up by the divine power of the world and sent out of the moving world. They appeared in the abyss. Astonishing airflow swept over and crashed into the bodies of the numerous experts. Instantly, all of them swayed unsteadily. So the weaker experts were almost frozen solid. They were sucked down by the shackling force of the abyss. In the end, Jiang released a powerful divine power to save these experts. Jiang let out a thunderous roar. "A bunch of idiots. Get your spirits up. The Ji people spent a lot of money to recruit you, not for you to come on a sightseeing tour." Ji Wuji also put the moving world into his internal space and appeared in front of everyone with Prince Tianpeng. Prince Tianpeng took out a purple jade in the shape of a flying shuttle. After slightly activating it, the purple jade immediately released a golden xianguang and emitted a buzzing sound. Sky-splitting rainbow shuttle. A scorching light flashed through Su Fang's deep eyes. "It's in the abyss. Let's go." Prince Tianpeng released a spatial divine power and took the lead to fly into the endless abyss. Everyone released their protective divine power and carefully flew into the abyss. Not only did they have to resist the void airflow and the shackling force of the abyss, but they also had to be wary of the material fragments that were being sucked in by the abyss. PFFF, a third sky divine emperor realm deity, was hit by a shard of material flying from above. The fragment was not very big. It was only the size of a baby's head. With the strength of a divine emperor realm true god, even a mountain would not be able to damage his divine body. However, this material fragment that was being sucked in by the power of the abyss was extremely fast and powerful. It actually shattered this third heaven divine emperor realm true god's defensive divine power and shattered his divine body. Only his young spirit managed to escape. The experts no longer dared to be careless and became even more cautious. About 10 years later, everyone finally reached the depths of the abyss. There was no longer that terrifying, shackling force around them. Instead, it was deathly silent. It was as if time had stopped here. In the depths of the abyss, there were floating pieces of material. The small ones were only the size of a palm, and the large ones were the ruins of a god realm. There were also lifeless star fragments that floated there quietly. The abyss looked like a huge tomb. Immediately after, everyone discovered something very strange. They could clearly see that there was a piece of material in front of them, but even after flying for a long time, they were still so far away from that piece of material. It turned out that the space here was constantly changing and moving. What they saw with their eyes was only an illusion created by the distortion of space. Prince Tianpeng used the sky-splitting rainbow shuttle to find the right direction and finally stepped onto a huge piece of material. Jiang ordered everyone to stop and rest. In this abyss, there was no natural spiritual energy of heaven and earth. They also could not absorb the power of the world. They could only take pills. After staying on the material for more than 200 years, they set out again. While flying in the desolate void, a miserable scream suddenly came from the group. Then the voice stopped abruptly. They looked over. One of the experts disappeared from the group without a trace, leaving behind only the blood he spat out, floating in his original position. Everyone felt their hair stand on end, and a chill ran down their spines. Chapter 2082. Void Monsters. Su Fong was also shocked. He used all his power to sense the spatial fluctuations around him. June 81, the so-called void monsters were a kind of strange existence between heaven and earth. They weren't real existences and were somewhat similar to sound and light. However, they were even stranger than sound and light. They were formless, silent, and colorless, and merged with the void. When the G people's heavenly sound, Great Tao, was cultivated to the extreme, they could turn their divine body into a sound-like existence. There was a space, Great Tao, that could also cultivate one's divine body into a void space. It was even more powerful and strange than the G people's heavenly sound, Great Tao. Only in an environment like the abyss of the myriad worlds would strange existences like the void monsters exist. Although everyone was very careful, the void monsters were too strange. Other than the sky rock experts who cultivated the space, Great Tao, and the G people who cultivated the heavenly sound, Great Tao, and were very sensitive to spatial fluctuations, it was very difficult for the others to guard against them. In the following journey, they were constantly ambushed by the void monsters. More than 30 people lost their lives. Every time, the experts who were ambushed by the void monsters cried out in agony. This made everyone tremble with fear. Scram! Ji Wuji, who was surrounded by everyone, suddenly shouted. His voice swept out, and a blurry figure flashed. Then, an angry and low roar seemed to come from the depths of the void. Then it gradually disappeared. It was obvious that this void monster had been injured by Ji Wuji. Young Master Ji is mighty. The G people's experts cheered loudly. The other Sky Rock experts and recruited true gods were also shocked by Ji Wuji's powerful strength. The void monster was not the only one that had been injured by Ji Wuji. Many other experts were also injured. Suddenly, Su Fong raised his eyebrows. He waved his hand and shot out a rune. Boom! The rune exploded, and a poisonous flame swept forward. Sizzle! The horrifying poisonous flames corroded the void and caused it to tremble. A shadow cried out in agony. The void vibrated violently. Swoosh! 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 Gazes filled with surprise fell on Su Fong. Su Fong's cultivation was only at the first sky of the Divine Emperor realm, but he was able to detect the void monster. Moreover, his venom could even injure void monsters. It was truly a little shocking. What's your name? Could it be that you have some divine ability that allows you to spy on void monsters? Jiang flew towards Su Fong and sized up Su Fong. Su Fong hurriedly bowed. My name is Fong Yu. I don't cultivate any powerful divine ability, but I was born with extraordinary eye power. I can faintly see the existence of void monsters. Born with extraordinary eye power? Not bad. You can be considered talent. Perform well, and I won't treat you unfairly. Jiang praised Su Fong and then took out 100 high-grade medicinal pills as a reward. The other experts recruited by the G people were all envious of Fong Yu being rewarded by the G people. Many of them were jealous. You dare to steal my limelight with only the strength of the first heaven? Hu Yua's eyes were filled with jealousy. Soon after, they were filled with cold, killing intent. After that, Su Fong no longer concealed his perfect vision. Many times, he discovered the existence of the void monsters in advance and released his poison to repel the void monsters. Su Fong's performance was greatly praised by Jiang. Even Ji Wuji and Prince Tianpeng started to pay attention to Su Fong. The experts he saved were naturally very grateful to him. However, Hu Yua's gaze towards Su Fong became even colder. It was no wonder that Hu Yua wanted to use this opportunity to perform well and join the G people. He wanted to become a foreign expert of the G people. This was equivalent to reaching the heavens in a single bound. Who knew that from the moment they entered the abyss until now? He didn't even have a chance to show off. Instead, Su Fong, who was only the first heaven god emperor, was in the limelight. How could Hu Yua not be jealous? After passing through the blocks of material, there was an illusion of space shifting, and a bizarre scene appeared before everyone's eyes. They saw a huge rainbow. It wasn't the usual semicircle, but a huge circle. The 7 colors of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and purple were shining. In the desolate and cold void, it was incomparably beautiful and breathtaking. Outside and inside the rainbow, there were countless objects of various sizes floating. Under the brilliance of the rainbow, they changed into beautiful colors. The Golden Rainbow King's treasure, Prince Tian Peng exclaimed excitedly. Ji Wuji's eyes shone brightly as he said, "That's right, it's the Golden Rainbow King's treasure." Due to the changes in the world, the barrier of the Golden Rainbow King's broken world has been shattered, reflecting such a beautiful scene. The Golden Rainbow King's treasure? Everyone finally understood. The Ji people and the Tian Peng divine race were actually looking for the legendary Golden Rainbow King's treasure. Most of the experts who had been recruited looked at each other. They didn't know who the Golden Rainbow King was. However, there were also some people who knew a little about the Golden Rainbow King's reputation, and they all exclaimed in surprise. Wang. Su Fong felt a disturbance in his body. It came from a sky-piercing rainbow shuttle. It had clearly sensed the aura of the Golden Rainbow King's broken world and reacted on its own. It really is the Golden Rainbow King's treasure. Su Fong suppressed the excitement in his heart and secretly sealed the sky-piercing rainbow shuttle with his astonishing divine might. T5, E2, /Ling, Lambda, 4, Jiang's eyes were filled with killing intent as he swept his gaze over everyone. That's right, my race and the Tian Peng divine race are looking for the Golden Rainbow King's treasure. Then, he briefly recounted the Golden Rainbow King's life story. Everyone became even more excited. Ji Ong said coldly, "Since you were recruited by the Ji people, all the treasures you obtain after entering the Golden Rainbow King's treasure must be handed over to my race. After that, I will naturally reward you according to your contributions. If anyone dares to hide the treasures, don't blame me for being ruthless." Everyone felt as if they had been doused with a bucket of ice water. They no longer had the excitement from before. However, there were also people who were tempted. If they really obtained the supreme treasure, they could sneak away when the time came. What could the G people do? The Golden Rainbow King's treasure is inside the 7 rainbow lights. Each rainbow light is formed by the Golden Rainbow King's world energy. The danger is definitely not small. It's best if you don't lose your lives. Ji Ong waved his hand, and everyone flew toward the Golden Rainbow King's treasure. Due to the abyss plane space being affected by the imbalance of heaven and Earth's energy, there were spatial distortions and tearing zones everywhere. There were also some places where space had formed folds. It seemed close at hand, but in fact, it was far away. When they reached the periphery of the rainbow, they spent more than 300 years. Along the way, nearly 100 people had fallen. Some were swallowed by the spatial distortions and tearing forces. Some were accidentally swept into the spatial turbulence and disappeared without a trace. They approached the outermost red part. What they saw was a crimson world. There were fragments of matter floating in it, and there were also flashes of spiritual light. They could sense the world energy. It didn't seem to be dangerous. Su Fong activated his great perfection ability. After carefully sensing it, his eyes revealed a look of fear. Suddenly, a ghastly white, profound light flashed across the red world for a second. Peak Supreme Grade Magic Treasure. This time, everyone saw it clearly. It was a flying sword. Judging from its luster, it was actually a Peak Supreme Grade Magic Treasure. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Without waiting for Jiang to speak, 3 experts immediately rushed into the red world with all their strength and went straight for the flying sword. Who knew that in the next moment, suddenly, red lightning flashed in the red world and struck one of the gods. That cultivator, who had the strength of the 3rd godly emperor layer, turned into ashes in a flash. The other 2 gods rushed into a trap formed by the distortion of space and disappeared without a trace. Even the Yang spirit could not escape. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Jiang sneered. A bunch of idiots. If the Golden Rainbow King's treasure was so easy to obtain, would you have a chance? This seven-colored rainbow was formed when the Golden Rainbow King's world collapsed. There are chaotic forces everywhere, as well as remnant restrictions and traps. Even peerless experts who surpass the hierarch realm wouldn't dare to barge in like these three idiots. They're really courting death. He then continued, wait for the Tian Peng experts to find a place where the space is slightly calmer. Then, we'll find a way to pass through the seven-colored rainbow's shackles and enter the Golden Rainbow King's treasure. Everyone stopped in the desolate void and swallowed pills to recover. Su Fong was no exception. Among the Tian Peng clansmen, there were many experts who cultivated the great Tao of space. After a careful search, they finally found a relatively calm area. This so-called calm was only relative. They would still encounter countless unknown dangers. After all, no one had ever entered the Golden Rainbow King's treasure before. Moreover, the rainbow outside the Golden Rainbow King's treasure was formed due to the changes in the world. Even if someone had entered it before, it was meaningless now. At the same time, these experts also discovered an extremely serious problem. The rainbow outside the Golden Rainbow King's treasure contained a strange divine power of space. Not only did it form an astonishing shackle on the gods, it could also penetrate into the bodies of the gods. Even if they were to hide in the inner space of the experts or the inner world of their magical treasures, it would be difficult to get rid of the shackles. Moreover, the shackles would cause the experts to bear several times the shackles. It might even bring about some unknown variables. In this way, it would be impossible to use the inner world or magical treasures to bring others through the rainbow. All the recruited experts will take turns to scout ahead. Ji Ong issued a cold order. We were recruited by the Ji people. We're not here to die. I'll return the rewards to you. I'm not doing it anymore. More than 10 recruited experts realized that they were going to be used as cannon fodder. How could they be willing to take the risk? They threw the storage rings containing the rewards to the G people's experts. These experts then went back the way they came.